Let's play some Dwarf Fortress. I do agree the name kind of sucks, though, Anubis. Yes, you? I mean, it looks like a shitty parody, and I think that's kind of the point. Although, you know, EA Games could win me back. They won't. By simply letting Codemasters make another... What was the name of that game? What was the name of that Formula 1 kart racer that they put out? Unless it's been, like, delisted from Steam. Maybe it was delisted from Steam. Hackmud? No. I know what it is, though. Oh, no, that's what this whole conversation was based on. F1 Race Stars was the name of it. Yeah, I guess it's been delisted from Steam. Huh. Came out in 2012. It's basically Formula 1 Mario Kart. F1 Race Stars. It died too young. All right. I kind of doubt it, because the death of EA doesn't... I highly doubt the death of EA means their sports franchises will die. It most likely, to me, just means everything else they do will die. Especially in a world where they're owned by the Saudis. Like, they're just going to become like an even worse crank-out machine for... I wish when Peter Molyneux was the worst thing in the games industry. Orange. That's all. I miss that. So, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people throw tips at me, subscribe to the channel, and keep me funded that way. You're not going to see ads for HelloFresh here, but I will ask you, if you're watching on the YouTube side of things, to please leave a like on the stream, as it does really help me out. If you're watching here on Twitch, if you have a hat next to your name, congrats. You're helping me do this full-time. Period. Like, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. That's all. Appreciate you. He showed up at some... he was at Gamescom. He was showing off a one more God game, which I will play and will probably hate. Because, damn it, I need to know. All right, so for those of you who missed yesterday, there's a bunch of bodies in the river. They got thrown over the edge. Also, that's a giant. They got thrown over the edge by various things. And I need to get the bodies out of the river. So we're going to ignore the giant for a second and point out the fact that I do have a lot of very large wild boar. This is the fort currently, as it sits. It's not ideal, but it could be worse. Don't mind all the coffins. They're supposed to be there and are necessary. But when I talk about wave pool, yeah, I drowned Poutine, which is a shame. This is what I'm talking about. Now, I'm going to actually have to adjust some things and also get rid of some things. One of the first things I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go down into the wave pool and forbid literally everything down in here because I need to change the way this thing works. Because currently, it is a wee bit problematic. So let's get all the dwarves out of here and then get this whole thing turned off. While I was able to get a bunch of the bodies out of here, a lot of them are just like... It is starting to make new bodies, so Kage Nara actually drowned down here. But we were able to get a bunch of the ghosts out of here. Unfortunately, now there's a bunch more ghosts. So, the wave pool is a problem because I was hoping these wheels over here would get enough water from the waterfall, but nope. So, basically what I need to do is I need to move all these pumps over to this side, and I need to move all these water wheels over to this side. Not the biggest thing, but it's going to take a little bit. So, right when I was kind of coming to grips with that as a reality, a giant showed up. So I have a giant that I need to kill. I have a dwarf I need to name because Dracome wants a weapon named after them. However, I can't do that because, well, weapons can't be named. So I will give them a statue. Dracogen. There you go. And Darius would like a dwarf with a beard. You can be Zasset. He's very happy. My apologies. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 axe emojis into the chat can name a dwarf. Your Attic Tunnels, which is an oddly fitting name for this fortress. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance and is bashful. He is inattentive to detail in his own work. He is very rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties merrymaking in the abstract. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tends to think before acting. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a calm demeanor, and he often feels discouraged. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He cracks his knuckles when he's bored, and he chews his lips when he's excited, and he talks to himself whenever he gets bored. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values nature and sees working hard as a foolish waste. And views loyalty unfavorably. Eduardo, what would you like to name? Would you like to name a dwarf? Something else? If you'd like to name a dwarf, let me know if you want them to have a beard or no beard. Brimstone, Trifle Pewter, Red Pyrope, Ibex Horn, Pangolin Tooth, the color sky blue, spears, scepters, donkeys for their stubbornness, and Chip of Sisters. And the words of the Chip of Sisters and the sight of the petals of cavorting. And when possible, prefers to consume maize beer and artichoke wine and absolutely hates oysters. You're married to a gem cutter. Hopefully she doesn't try to make an artifact, and you have a baby named Onul. This fort has 4 happy dwarves, actually. On average, these dwarves are happier than upset. Silas. That's actually kind of like the wild thing about this fort is like just how happy the dwarves are generally. And Eduardo would like a dwarf with a beard. How about this Weaver? Eduardo is never moved by emotions of others and can be very happy and optimistic. He dislikes helping others and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He tries to do things correctly each time and he doesn't think before acting. He often avoids crowds and generally is grateful when others... and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is grateful when others help him out and he tries to return favors. He is easily distracted during conversations when he's bored and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally values hard work and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and sees competition as reasonably important and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes Killinite and Bismuth and Peridot and Carptooth, the color green-yellow, and spider monkeys for their long limbs, and the words of the tresses of prophecy and the sight of the petals of cavorting, and when possible prefers to consume durian wine and hates jumping spiders. Speaking of all that, you got this. So currently on the map, there's an undead child and 2 agitated giant white storks, or not giant, but 2 agitated storks, which actually aren't that big of a threat. They're just storks. So let's follow this giant as it comes towards us. It is, by the way, holding a slab. Now this slab is a bright metal slab. All craft worship is of the highest quality. And it reads, "The Secrets of Life and Death." Now the beauty of this... No, it's a ghost. So what do you mean did they carry the undead child? I'm not actually sure where it died, but it's a ghost. I mean, he's trying, Jody. He's trying. So here's the thing. Dwarves can't read slabs. So this is not a threat to us. So this is entirely just a interesting roleplay device. But if I were to place it somewhere and build it, and then visit the spot in adventure mode, I could just read it and become a necromancer. But to the fortress, this is no threat. Now, Thingy is coming towards us. Now, here's the thing. I could just let him get caught in a cage. But this dwarf is going to ruin that. Sorry, dwarf. You died too young. Although we do have this one dwarf over here, Aiden, who is a proficient axe dwarf, who is now dueling with the creature, alongside of several of our other dwarves, and a spear dwarf. And quite quickly, it falls. We now have this slab of life and death, which I'm going to place... Oh, look at that, my diagnoser's resting, of which I do have 2. Have you been tended to? You need a mobilization. Actually, hold up. Do I have any splints? I do not. Let's make 10 of each, because I do still have... Oh, I've got no wood. Great. Well, the good news is... Monster's dead. Bad news is, we have no wood. So I'm going to send the military back inside. I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to place this slab up here, just so I don't lose it. And I'm going to make sure that the dwarves can get outside and get to that wood, because we really need it. I'm going to give the dwarves a little bit of time to get inside, so that we, you know, can get all this turned off. And this is why this area is a problem. So far, it's all fine, right? Maybe once the Temple of the God of Death gets a little nicer, we'll give it that. This is why it's a wave pool, is because every now and again, these run out of power because the water gets a little too low, and then it goes whoosh with a big old wave. So I'm going to turn this off and let this all refill. And what we're going to do is we're going to deconstruct all of these and just swap. That's all we're going to do. Yo, Bastet, what up? Because I need to block this area off and essentially rebuild it. Because, like, this just ain't gonna work. Thankfully, I was smart and connected it to a lever, which is up here, which I can now get rid of. So all we need to now wait for is a dwarf to come over here and give this lever a tug. There they go. I also need to set this as a hotkey. Let's go F2. So now that all of this is off, we can start deconstructing. Although I should also read the name Dwarves in the Fort. If you don't hear your name, ask me to reread it or check for it. And if you don't hear your name a second time, you're dead. We've got Agitated Giant Wild Boar. The best name. We've got, who else do we have? Moreb, we've got Stormwolf, we've got Steve, we've got Darius Cardrin, Eduardo, Necrontyr, Tyrantos, Devoted Mortal, Elfie Bean, Q and Green Tea, Seth Rogaine, Contraman, Torsten Longbeard, Aiden Knot, Radius, Landrum, and methinks that's everything. What, Steve? I think he's supposed to be the, like, crocodile hunter. guy. Like, whatever his actual name was. Because we immediately got murked by a bunch of alligators. Like the Australian guy. This is going to be a lot of clicking. It's very rare that I'm like, Dwarf Fortress's carpal tunnel sim. This is kind of one of those rare times. Like, I wish this had a hotkey. If this had a hotkey, this life would be better. Steve Irwin, yeah. How you doing, Rolf? Thankfully, this should go pretty quick. Because I'm just going to be, like, swapping stuff from one side to another. Which, all in all, should be a pretty quick process. Because all of the infrastructure here is built. It's just a matter of swapping it out again. Are we brewing booze? Yes, we are. Also, I ignored a guild hall, which is going to piss off a bunch of dwarves. That's actually really bad. I shouldn't do that, but... We'll also go onto that side, get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of... Uh-oh. Did you fall? Oh, I know what happened. So I just had two bodies appear here. It appears that... Okay, so the doctor just fell down this waterfall. Were you, by chance, Monsieur Doctor, here? Did you walk into the river to try and get logs? Yeah, you did. You most certainly friggin' did. Let's just forbid all of those. And also, I'm going to place some wall pieces right there. Doctor got flushed. Most likely, yeah. Thankfully, it won't be too hard to, you know, get those bodies out of there. I mean, they already did. So that part is a benefit to us, at the very least, that it's not that hard to clean this out. Sometimes we all get a little brave. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I mean, it is kind of also the risk of having a waterfall in your fort. I mean, to anybody who thought that the last fort was too calm and uninteresting, trust me, this one is very much the opposite. Hopefully this fort lives up to the chaos from yesterday as well, because yesterday, by the end of the stream, I wasn't even reading chat, because I was just like, things were happening every 90 seconds. So. Waterfall? That's one. There's only been one waterfall death. Maybe two. I don't even know how that one died. I mean, doesn't look like they fell off the waterfall, but... I don't know how you ended up there. You know, it's actually possible that they're getting pushed over by the water coming from down here. I know how I could make this a lot safer, but it won't look as nice. So let's do that. They're probably slipping through here. Did your dwarf die? No. I'm not allowed to dig. I haven't dug on the surface. I'm only allowed to deconstruct buildings with pickaxes. But yes, your dwarf is in fact alive, Contraman. Trying to think what the easiest way to block this off would be. I think I see two ways here. I know I need to swap the power to the other end regardless, but there's two different options I have. I could pump the water back towards the water wheels on the south side. Or what I could do is I could build a couple extra layers of floor and pump the water over the floor to hopefully have some space to build a wall and or a bridge and like bridge structures underneath it. And I'm kind of leaning the second one right now. I'm kind of leaning the second one. I think that might be what we end up doing. I'm also going to move the power to the other side. Let's also get rid of this fishing zone and move the fishing zone to, I don't know, over here. But no, actually, I would say that your dwarf is probably safer than a lot of these dwarves. The dwarves that are currently at the most risk are the ones that are down here. In the lower levels. And the reason they're at the most risk is because they're the ones that are having to deal with the potential like insta-flooding problems. Let's also just knock down all these. Let's see, you're a peasant technically, which is currently making a wooden crutch. You're going to stop doing that and go do this. Okay. So chat, what are you guys up to this weekend? I got one show I want to go to, and then the rest of the weekend is going to be spent editing. That's quite literally my entire weekend. I want to get the next big project done, out and dusted before Canadian Thanksgiving. That is really my biggest goal. So I'm trying to get that done, and hopefully we can, you know, hopefully I can get there, I suppose. But let's deconstruct you. Deconstruct you, deconstruct you, deconstruct you, and you. You get to smoke again and you're just trying to learn to master some DF elements? What does that have to do with smoking? Out of curiosity. But, hopefully, my teachings are effective. Faulted, what up, dude?
Would you look at that? It's been 66 months already. When did that happen? Hope you're doing well, at Blinderl.
It happened...
I don't get to check in very often anymore.
Oh, it's all good.
Sweat smile.
It happened exactly when some disheveled old man said, execute order month 66. That's when. It's good to have you around, mate. Thanks for sticking around. and continuing to watch the channel. And the support means a lot, even if it's infrequent these days. The fact that you're still here often enough to just say that is more than enough for me. Let's just get a gear piece right here. And a gear piece right there. It's all sand pair.
I've been here the whole time.
I believe it, Frank. Thanks for the 33rd month. Cheers, man. Okay, let's just throw in some of these floor grates at the corners. Actually, this needs to go here, but... let's also do something like this. I'm gonna have to just place a floor piece right there for now, and then after the fact, change that into a wall piece. One piece at a time, though. What do you mean? This weekend you go to war. You just graduated in a world where the only civilization at war with is a large goblin faction since year one. Have fun! You know, Orange, I know you like to babble about you being the first, like, the only person in Quebec who watches this stream. That's just not true. During 2 weeks of vacation and you're going to do a road trip with your electric car to PEI? Sounds like fun. PEI is a lovely place to visit. You're going to do some Factorio weekend with your son? Hell yeah, dude. Don't want any weeds, so you just bum dabs when you meet up with the fam. I mean, hey. It's probably a healthier way of doing it. Sync the Bismarck video on Wednesday and more views than any other video you've put up. Hell yeah, dude. You know you're allowed to, like, share your stuff occasionally. Just don't be obnoxious about it. I don't think you've ever actually shared any links to anything. At least not that I've noticed. Is it bad that, like, my main association with the Bismarck is a Sabaton video? Like, quite literally? I'm not gonna dox Orange, but that's pretty close to Orange. Practically your neighbor. Yeah, see, the Orange dox themselves. Am I planning to set up a place for my dwarves to train swimming? Not intentionally. I mean, I did it earlier, but no, I'm just trying to make a way of damming this whole river. That's all I'm trying to do. Is dam the river. Because if I can dam this river and dam the river above it, it'll make it super easy to get a huge water reservoir. and he used that as either defense or other purposes. So maybe it's not really a priority, but it might end up happening. It's like 3 million of you. Good luck finding. I mean, hey, you don't ever make it that difficult. Yes, there's people who watch this stream in Spain. But the one that always catches people off guard, I would say, is when the Dutch always discover that, like, there's at least one Dutch person watching my stream at almost any given time. And they're always just like, oh my god, my people! I was actually so surprised about it. It's like, there's this stream does get like 1 million impressions a month. Odds are pretty good. I had a moment where I was watching a stream. This was not last year, but the year before. That, oh geez, maybe like a dozen people were watching at that point. And I don't know why I deconstructed these. I should have deconstructed the other side. Anyway, there's maybe a dozen people watching, like not many. And I mentioned something that happened that day. And then somebody like added me and said like, the name of the street that I'm on? Or used to live on? Don't live there anymore, but used to live on? And I was like, maybe? And then he's like, DM me. So we whispered back and forth, and he literally lived a block up the street. Never did meet up with him or say hi or anything, but like, it was literally a, oh, yeah, no, you live like a block from me. No, it's less of that, Tibet, and more like, you know, the statistical thing where it's just like if there's like 10 people in a room, like the odds that 2 people share a birthday kind of thing. Like when there's 150 people watching a stream, and like, how many do we actually have right now? I don't even know. Yesterday was a faster start because we got raids. 179 here on Twitch and 88 or 91 on YouTube apparently. So when there's like 230 people watching a stream, the odds that there's somebody in your city is pretty good. Your break is over. You must go check in again. You'll check in again in some amount of time from now. We'll see you when we see you, mate. On the bright side, it's easier to catch the YouTube videos when they go live. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with strategy B. Applewood it is. I think I will move this lever to up here. I'm also going to hack down some more of these. And out to there. I do still have woodcutters, thankfully. How are the agitated animals doing? Still just the 2 storks. We seem to have a break. Game is being generous for the moment. Crying over this fort. They tried to trade with me once, but I was like under assault by giant birds, and they didn't complain about the trees, so it's going to take a little bit probably for that to actually become a going concern, purely because they haven't the nearest faction to me is actually allied with me at the moment. So because of that, it's probably going to take a little longer than I think everybody who watches this fort expects, but it'll happen. I think if we weren't allied with them, they probably would have complained already, but we're not quite there yet. Let's just keep... Let's It's early autumn. Oh, these ones I actually have to trade with. These are the dwarves. Although maybe I shouldn't trade with them. Because if I don't trade with them, then I will get less migrants this time, which I kind of would like. That would actually be nice. I really like the color of birch, by the way. It's just a really nice color for floors and walls. Welcome back, Thorn. I never set individual workers for workshops unless I'm being very, very, very specific about weaponry. But I almost never do that. Or if I'm trying to like satisfy a noble or a dwarf that's super specialized, but that's very rare. It's maybe one or two per fort I do, if that. It is extremely abnormal for me to assign specific dwarves to specific workshops. And also, I recommend you don't do that, because that is one of the fastest ways to end with jobs canceling for unexplainable reasons. And I often make the argument that if you are assigning specific dwarves to every workshop, you are directly just making your life more difficult in this game. And you will probably have a better time if you don't do that. Is birch and ugly wood in Minecraft or something? I don't know the significance of birch in Minecraft. I'm more concerned with being not murdered by giant birds right now. So I'll be honest with you, Jody. It's... Who'll care? Sure, Lornerd. I never do. You don't need to. It's completely optional, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, if that's the way you want to run your fort, you can do it that way, but you don't need to do it that way. I think a lot of people talk about this game in terms that make it seem like if you want to play the game, you basically have to do that. And I'm just trying to make it clear that no, you do not. You can. You don't need to. It's only like a necessity if you want to be very, very, very particular about like quality of items, but because that's not something I generally concern myself with, it's just not of importance to me. Okay, so that's already generating enough power. Do I ever play Dwarf Fortress in ASCII after Steam release? Not really, no. Because I want the audience to be able to see and understand without me explaining it. I did that for years before the Steam release. Post the Steam release, like, sure. Like, there's parts of the visuals of that I like, and they look nice. I'm not going to deny that. But, it was a fact back in the day that the game ran better if you played in ASCII, and now it isn't really a going concern for me. Okay. I try to make my streams as approachable to as wide an audience as possible because gotta pay the bills. Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, if you end up with a particularly good cook, yeah, you can do that. But yeah, I usually the only time I specify things is like if I have a dwarf like this who's only mining and is a legendary miner, sometimes I will assign that dwarf specifically to one craft store shop and just let them make one craft a month or something, just to keep them happy. That's usually what I would use that for. But even then, like, that's pretty uncommon for me to do. Some more migrants have arrived. Curious about what that number goes up to. Let's go down to here. Grab whatever scraps I can. I'll just use this as a way to get rid of cheaper stuff this year. Kind of felt like a waste. I mean, for me, the concern is more, are the dwarves as a whole generally satisfied with their existence? If yes, then we're doing all right, and I don't really have too much to worry about. If no, then we got a problem and I need to fix it. And that's generally how I operate. Generally. Also need to gather more plants, because as you can see, we're pretty low on drink. Sorry, what was that visitor? Oh, it's the diplomat. Also, this dwarf needs to be buried. Because I'll be honest with you, I think a lot of people prioritize high-quality goods over the well-being of their dwarves. And for me, it's more important that the dwarves are generally satisfied, I guess. More so than... Don't actually want to sell those bolts. I think it's more important that the dwarves are generally satisfied than, like, with their needs than being proficient at their crafts. Like, generally, your dwarves will be happier if they're not proficient at their crafts. I need to get rid of that zone. If they're not proficient at their crafts, but, like, have all their basic needs met, I worry more about that than making the highest quality stuff. Exactly, Scoundrel. Also, how you been, man? It's been a while. Same with you, Salty. Hope you're doing well. Well, it hasn't been a while with you, but hope you're doing well. The Outpost Liaison meets with Devoted Mortal. I'm just going to keep asking for... I'm just going to ask for shields. Just bring me shields. Footwear and rings. And I'll melt down all those shields that the dwarves don't use. There you go, Elith. Remind me which one you got. Making stone crafts and mugs for profit, rings for weight. Everyone does it. I don't do mugs for profit. Mugs are horrendously poor profit and also a waste of your very valuable boulders. Could not disagree with that feeling more. We'll buy some of this silk, though, just in case we get to mood that asks for it. And the cheese. And trade. Now we're back to brewing. And also back to brewing. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you're a ghost. Got it. I'm like, what? Why is there a dwarf in midair? That's not right. You're not supposed to be up there. What are you doing up there, dwarf? It's like, that just ain't right, man. That just ain't right. Let's also give this lever a pull. And then once that lever's been pulled, I can do this. Being spooky. No, totally. It's very 'tis the season, you know? Just got back from a gym session, taking a lazy break. Hell yeah, dude. You'll love to see it. Let's grab some more of these floor grates. Got 3 more. Thankfully getting further. $31 willow blocks on the dot. Worn out clothing is the, like, main, if not only, trade good I use. I mean, it keeps, like, the thrift store industry single-handedly up and running, so... They want a metalsmith guild. It's kind of ironic, you know? They want a metalsmith's guild, and, like, you know, there ain't no way right now. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just throw you off the edge. How's the clear glass production going? 5 bars? I could just make this. Sans this. What are you overlapping? Oh, I see. That up there. Into a metalsmith's guild. See what the value of that is. Not quite high enough yet, but I could put in some tables or chairs or something. Maybe some more statues if I have them. What bars do I have? Smelt the tetrahedrite. Let's accept that. It's been established. It's not quite high enough value is the problem. I don't really want to engrave the glass. Let's get you collecting more sand. Oh, I know what I can do. And then an unnamed statue garden. Yeah, there's a lot of, well, it's because there's only one statue in there. Memorial Hall would be like a zone with a bunch of coffins in it that aren't used as tombs. And a statue garden is a meeting zone with statues in it. Like, place meeting zones on top of a bunch of different buildings and you'll get a lot of different unnamed things, but this is my metalsmith guild. Yeah, no, it's dynamic meeting hall names of things. There's actually kind of a lot of dynamic naming in Dwarfort. That's like not immediately apparent unless you're like specifically looking for it. Let's go. Up to here and throw in some more willow blocks. I don't know why I'm being so specifically willow here, but here I am. Being very specific about using only willow for one reason or another. I like my colors too much. I think something else I'm going to do is I'm going to start building across here. We'll use hazel for up here. And we're going to do almost exactly the same thing up here. Except what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this so that it goes over to about maybe here and then just falls. So I can also redirect all of this, basically. Yeah, and then I'm going to have to knock out probably this window here. And if I can make all of the river basically go past here, I should be able to build down into here. From combos of skills is a neat thing that you noticed. Oh yeah, no, it's very obvious with like the farmers, or like even more obvious with the library tasks. You know, they all have very specific like skills based on the knowledge that they have. But to elaborate a little bit on what I said about mugs in the YouTube chat, mugs are not super valuable items in my opinion, unless you're encrusting them with a whole bunch of stuff. So if you're doing it like in concert with a whole bunch of encrusting of things, then it makes a lot of sense. But like the second you start throwing things that aren't like encrusted out there, it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother using a trade good that takes a ton of time to haul, ends up in bins and clogs up a lot of things that like really isn't that useful to me in the grand scheme. I don't know if I'm going to actually go that far. This should be far enough. And this dwarf over here is just fishing. Although you should be able to go prey. The problem is you're a fisher dwarf, so I will take you off of fishing. Put somebody else on fishing, like maybe this dwarf. To make encrusting less random. It's basically just like intake, output, workshops, and stockpiles. It is pretty time consuming to set up properly. For better or for worse, it's just kind of the reality. You wish that you could encrust armor? Isn't armor considered a finish good? I thought you could encrust armor. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I thought you could encrust armor. Like, I'm pretty sure armor is, like, considered a clothing, is it not? It's, like, decorate. I mean, Scoundrel, have you played since the dye update? Because you can specify under armor the color of the armor. If you're using, like, leather and such. So you could absolutely have your color-coded Power Rangers. Because, like, I had soldiers wearing specific, like, red and gold uniforms in my last fort. Although, according to chat, there is one color that is literally practically impossible to make. Which I think is really funny, actually. Dwarf, please. Bearded. Bearded, bearded, bearded. Here's a blacksmith. Sanger. I think I spelled that right. S-E-N-G-E-R. Oily Boots is an optimist, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is slow to anger, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency, of course. With respect to martial prowess, he likes a little excitement now and then, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He exhales sharply when he's exasperated, and he often touches others during conversations. And needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors. Sorry, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Doesn't care about outdoors either. But he personally values loyalty and does not respect the law. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes kimberlite, black bronze, and moss agate, as well as the color fuchsia statues and the sound of silence and the sound of the flower of wonder. And when possible, prefers to consume Kia, mostly Centras, and giant tapir cheese, as well as date wine. I don't think I've ever seen a giant tapir in this version of the game. And hates snails. He's short and very weak, and his hair is extremely dense. He's got a whole buttload of friends in the fort, and is a member of a religion relating to the god of death, because of course. Wow, geez, you have a lot of friends. You solved the problem by laying out platinum floors? Tell me your fortress is exceptionally wealthy without telling me your fortress is exceptionally wealthy. What blocks do I have a lot of? A lot of birchen blocks. Ashen from the looks of things. Oops, that's walls. That's going to be a tripping hazard? Yeah. So I do have one final thing I'm going to need to do with this whole thing of power here. Curious if birch is a similar color. This is going to generate more power than this fortress is literally ever going to need. You needed a tomb and there was very little space and the fortress is having tantrums in every corner. Usually if your fortress is like having tantrums everywhere, that's a sign of a bigger systemic problem that you probably needed to account for earlier on in the fort. Because I actively find that hard to do at this point. But that being said, having forts end in tantrum calamities is quite fun, in my opinion. Like, I like it when forts end that way. It's entertaining. So, in some ways, I almost consider that a victory. What are you doing? Just standing there? And that is all sand pear. Put that in front of it. Now they can all get to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build one wall all the way across here and only let the water... I may actually build it partially across. So let the water mostly out the middle and a little bit out the sides. And then hopefully that'll give us enough open space that I can send some dwarves down through a hole in the floor, which I'm going to put maybe right here. And then back over here to then build this out. The problem is I still need to get rid of this river. So if this doesn't get enough of the water flowing away, I'm either going to have to extend it or I'm going to have to get rid of or I'll have to extend the thing on the left, or I will have to reroute the water on the surface as well, which is possible. But for right now, we're just going to turn this on pretty soon and see how she goes. And also that ain't working, so clearly they just can't reach it. Or is okay, I'm just going to hope that the agitated wildlife is a not concern for the moment. and let the dwarves more outside. Also, that hunk of fate goose died. One of my woodcutters withdraws from society and claims what I presume to be a carpenter's shop. Okay, I need more tombs. Like, desperately. Desperately, desperately, desperately. Let's just do green, glass. No. No. Wooden coffins. I mean, do trees not regrow that fast? I mean, we haven't really made a dent in them. So, I mean, it's certainly like slower going than it would be normally, but like I haven't made a dent in it. There's so much wood. Where's this strange mood dwarf at? Claim 2 hazel. Wild boar leather. More wild boar leather. I mean, this dwarf's even focused. Like, this dwarf is actually in a really good mood. I need, you know, someone in chat earlier was saying that we need a counter of how many times a dwarf dies in the river. We don't need that. We need a counter for how many times people say that the elves must be furious, yet we're allied with them. Like, literally, we are at peace with the elves right now. Stack leather, shining bars of metal. Okay, what's after that? Skeletons cap. They give you such baggy quotas? They haven't given me any yet. They'll start giving me quotas once I have, or actually the next time they trade with me probably, because they don't give you quotas until you have a mayor. And the next time they trade with me will be the first time they trade with me since I've gotten a mayor. They go to war with you if you deny their request in Ibis. But if you give them a lot of free stuff, that quells their anger a little bit. So give them a lot of gifts. Also, I need that tool enabled. I really need to go through DF hack and figure out how to not have this turned off by default with DF hack, because DF hack turns that off every time, and it drives me bonkers. Okay, let's go 15 and 15. And 3. Yeah, you can literally just give them free stuff and they will fight you less. The thing is, like, I think the way the majority of the player base of Dwarf Fortress works is, like, they see the don't chop down trees things once and they go, it's war forever! It's like, well, I mean, they're open to bribes. They're corruptible just like anybody. I mean, dwarves don't believe in money, really. Also that, too. You can... Untamed Wilds, they let you chop down 7. Wilderness, they let you chop down, I think it's 20. And then Calm, they let you chop down in the 50s. But if you go into the difficulty settings, you can change those numbers. So you can set it so that they let you chop down, like, hundreds of trees per month if you want. But that's only, you know, if you don't want the meme to persist. Also, I don't think there's any laws against bribing amongst dwarves. Cyril, the woodcutter has created Olen Bufut, a hazelwood splint, and Claims it as a family heirloom. That's going directly into the hospital, mate. I'm sorry if you've claimed that as an heirloom. You don't get to keep that. This is a hazelwood splint. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and decorated with giant wild boar leather and encircled with bands of hazelwood, and this object menaces with spikes of hazelwood and wild boar leather and giant sparrow bone. But what I think is kind of funny is this faction is allied with the elves. The Hawk of Saints, which is actually a pretty good name, though. The Shell of Entering and the Hawk of Saints. These guys, all over at Clamcott. Now, these elves are allied with me. They weren't allied with this faction when I started this world, but they became allied with this faction sometime between me and this fort invading literally everything on the map that I could invade within reason. And including this dwarven faction that I'm currently playing, the Rainy Corridors, and this elven faction, the Sparklers of Fainting, and this elven faction, the Hawk of Saints. So I invaded both of those factions, and sometime in between me retiring this fortress and starting this fortress, the Rainy Corridors became allied with these guys. So in my headcanon, it's because of the wars that I started that they are now at peace with the elves. So we did it good, you know. We caused some peace between the dwarves and elves by starting many wars. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wait for them to finish building these little chunks. Then I'm going to lock this door once everybody's out of here. And then I'm going to turn this sucker on. There must have been a lot of revenge attacks on that fort. I mean, actually, if I go to news and rumors. Currently, where's this attack coming from? It looks like Ralhem Councils marched on Moral Bells. Moral Bells was one of the locations that I took over. And this was one of the locations I was attacking, which was Channel Sense, the Rainy Corridors, which is one of my mountain homes now. Or fortress, rather. We are invading this fortress, which I took over. So this is run by my old fortress. And one of my old dwarves. Are 10 water wheels enough? This is producing 1,000 power. This uses 430 total. It's more than enough. It's more than twice, actually, what we need. That, however, is not a good place to take a nap. Dwarf. But yeah, 10 water wheels are more than enough. More than plenty. I may actually, if this doesn't work, the next option is to then put walls in on these and then stack power above it. Dwarf puts spikes on splint. Damn right! Is it even worth making if it's not studded with some sort of spike? All right, Torsen Longbeard. I'm gonna need you to wake up. There you go. All right, who's ready to turn this sucker on, chat? Who's ready for some water? Are y'all thirsty? Well, I hope so. I need a bunch of water in the chat if you have emote. All right. Let's see if attempt number 2 is any better than attempt number 1. Not really. But it is kind of doing a little bit more of what I want. So now from here, what I can do is I can block off these ends.
After 1 week of assisting family renovating their old summer home.
Sam.
Results: 1 sprained wrist, dozens of bruises, several cuts and or scrapes from nails, 3 splinters removed, sore muscles and a calm mind. Oh, and the fatigue.
So step 1 I would say is working pretty flawlessly. Now we need to move on to step 2. Step 1, flawless success. Time to begin step 2. Let's jump back up to here and pull that lever. Gonna go one layer above this. Well, I'm gonna need to do a few of these. Actually, the easiest way to do this is over here. Gonna need to basically do this. But I don't have enough blocks. So essentially what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put 2 pieces here, pieces across here, piece across here, piece across here. Then I'm going to pump water up 1 level, up here, block off the ends here, and then pump the water back up over and over to here. That's what we're going to do. I may also try and redirect that river then. What does that do? Basically what I'm doing is I'm going to pick all the water up and put it up a level and then put it behind, which will then stop it from going forwards this way and instead replace it back here. And replacing the water back here will give us a huge patch of no water up here, which will allow us to go in there and build. But step 1 works, which is glorious. Sam, thank you very much for the 37th month. Glad to hear that the result is good. But, well, I mean, hopefully good, but hopefully you feel better soon. I mean, renovating stuff is exhausting, right? Like, there's never going to be a point where that ain't exhausting. But well done. Hopefully there's at least some personal satisfaction in there. That's a lot of pumps. Yeah, it's only 400 power worth. It's actually probably less pumps than your average pump stack has. Actually, what is that? Sandpair? Let's just do sandpair over there. So at the very least, the colors match. To the array layout? Yeah, no, it's actually, like, weird even for me to build pumps like this vertically. But, you know. Let's just hope nobody falls in here, because if they do, then they're dead. I also did those as floors. I meant to do them as walls. If you've scheduled something as like a certain material, and then you just go over it again as walls, they'll just use that material. That's going to take a little bit to get done. It's going to get done pretty quick. So now I just need to decide where exactly I want the water to go. Kind of thinking here. Yeah. We'll do it that way. Although, the part that you're not seeing is I'm actually going to reconstruct half of it. Willow blocks all the way across. Also running out of birch, which is a bit annoying. But now I need to figure out how to get power over to here. Which actually probably the easiest way to do this is going to look really ugly, and that makes me kind of sad. Do you ever realize that the only way to do something practically is just going to look awful and you go, ah. Certainly me at the moment. Oopsies. The mud was blood and you were like, what the fuck happened? Well, you looked away. Oh, this? No, that's, yeah, that's all just mud. I mean, there's just a normal crow there, not an agitated raven or anything. Actually, no, I could do it this way. Could just do it this way. Could just do it this way. Oh, those are walls. Whoops, my bad. Once again, floors. Once again, floors. So I'll put a pump here and a pump. Yeah, we can do that. Could put a singular pump here, pump the water that way, and a singular pump here, and pump the water this way. Or I could even just put 2 right here and not worry about this silly pattern that I've got developing here, because it doesn't matter. Why don't we just do it that way? Because I'll only really need like 2 pumps. Actually, no, I'm going to need more than that. Just trying to like figure out how or what the best route to remove stuff with more pumps is going to be. I figured it out. Let's do it this way. Cancel all of this and dig all of this out. We'll just do another row, because I'm going to need a similar amount of output, which does mean I'm going to need a lot for along here, and then another set of walls along the top, but that's fine. That is fine. I'm also going to need a mechanism right there. I actually need 2, but I literally don't have a second one.
Stupid cheered. X111.
Let's do another copper mechanism. Stupid, thanks for the $1.11. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. I'm a little scared to look at the daily minimum at the moment, to be honest. Appreciate you, mate. Let's do 2. Thankfully, this should all go relatively quick. Although I should pause all this while we're building this and then deconstruct it after it's been constructed. Just do whatever material is closest right here. And whatever's material is closest right there. How are you doing today, Lanix? How goes your Friday so far? I always like building stuff like this in games because it's very much like a real-time puzzle that I'm like realizing how badly I'm fucking it up as I'm doing it. That's what I'm doing. Although waiting for it to freeze is probably the easiest method of building a dam. Sieges are getting predictable after so long? Hold on, what, Nico Black? If anything, they're making sieges less predictable. They're getting interesting. Thanks for the 47 pennies. Goblins have arrived. What have they brought? Iron bolts and helms. I appreciate some good gear. Speak of the devil. The green boys have arrived. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna, since we're in an ad break, go down here, do this, do this. All of that. And also just make sure everybody's in this, which they're not. My squads are a little small. Fingers crossed. Summoned the invasion by talking about sieges? No, I didn't. So my melee dwarves do actually have weapons, but our helms and our shields are currently made of wood, which means they'll break down much quicker. Probably Jody, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Seriously. Appreciate that. However, they do have the advantage if they land a good shot. So, we'll see how this goes. I'm actually just going to send the military out here so that they're in a relatively unified state. Snatcher, protect the children, ×2, ×3. So Rat Radis runs in first. You're stupid. Thanks for the 55 pennies. Actually, that's not totally true. It's Aiden not up in the front. He's currently in a martial trance. Fighting with the first of the goblins, dodging many bolts. Forcing that goblin to drop their shield. And the first of many have fallen. In fact, this Aiden here, this dwarf, struck the goblin in the upper body with the copper battle axe, shattering the left false ribs and destroying the liver. Dwarves are moving forward with their copper axes and their wooden shields. I mean, the goblins just have leather armor at this point, so, you know, they're not in much better of a spot. This is definitely the very first siege that a fortress would have to fight against, but the dwarves are systematically picking off their competition. The Mark dwarves are just starting to peek their heads around the corner and are loosing probably copper bolts? Or not copper bolts, bone bolts. Yeah, they're just full of bone bolts. I don't think they've landed any hits just yet. Dwarves are continuing to go from goblin to goblin, and it appears that they have all fallen. Shall call this place the Forest of the Fallen Goblin. Thanks for $10. I can't read that text, it's very tiny. I appreciate you. We do have Rat Radis here, who did get seriously injured. He got struck with a silver arrow in the hand, which went directly through his glove. That's what I mean by they have the advantage in melee. Metal delivery service, yep. That's not a ton, but it's something, right? Let's see what that message was. Got into Dwarf Fortress thanks to me, thank you so much. No problem, dude. Happy to help. Let's also grab these dwarves. Just go update equipment. Most of them get new helms. That's something. I might melt a lot of these down soon, but for right now, hey, it's something. I mean, now, just jumping to a random dwarf. Still a lot of wooden shields, but what are you getting? Although you're currently injured. Being rescued from the looks of things. Thankfully, I don't think anybody died. In fact, you may end up with an artifact splint, and wouldn't that be grand? Currently can't stand. Hang in there, dwarf. Alright, back down in this nonsense machine. I can now go all the way along this side. Then I can go along the top up here. And we can move all of this up. And we just need to wait for the dwarves once again. This drain is being finished up. And I can probably go up to here. Oh, I know why. It's because you're disengaged. It's a bit annoying, but we'll do what I can. A bit annoying, but we'll do what I can. And I will also go here. No, not there. Go here. We're going to use almond. This is going to take a little bit to actually build, but... I may also need to make a few more water wheels, but eh. Won't actually be too big of a deal. And even that, I probably won't actually need to make that many more. I will, however, need to make some more pumps. For the first one, hardly any damage done to the dwarves. I mean, I had 2 dwarves that went to hospital, but like, yeah, I would describe that as hardly any. Hardly any is a pretty good way to put that. Let's just deconstruct all of that all the way along, because this all needs to be replaced as a wall anyway. I also need to... wooden pipe sections. Let's make 15. Wooden corkscrews. 15. From when you went to sleep yesterday? I mean, it's no longer a wave pool. So there's that. I'd say that's a benefit. Yeah, it's just Ratus, who's running around with a crutch now. Hopefully he heals up good. We do have soap. For some reason, the goblin made you think of the American gray squirrel invasion of Europe. Becoming carnivorous because of the lack of food. Yeah, I mean, I'll put it this way. When I grew up, we only had Douglas squirrels where I grew up, and now they're all gray squirrels. So I feel that. I could have made this in such a more convenient way for me, but I've chosen the hard route, apparently. I have indeed chosen the hard route. And then all the way along the top here, and on this side, it's going to be willow. But not floors, it's going to be walls. And then I guess that means I can deconstruct all of these. Yeah, that's what that means. Rebuild those as Willow. Which I can go all the way down to here. Hopefully nobody falls. Gesso18, thank you very much for the raid. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? It's good to have you. Welcome, raiders. Hi, hello. How was Strim today? What were you guys up to, if I can ask? Over here, I can plop this down. We're also going to finish that. And delete this and move it one further up because I kind of screwed up the placement of it. And that's going to go all the way up to there. If you're mostly raiding with raiders, I bet it still counts. Oh, it certainly still counts. Like, if you got raided and then you decide to send it over to me, it still counts. The problem is connecting this is going to immediately make this thing have power. So I'm going to have to connect this to the same lever.
Crypt Pog.
Basically, I can't connect it until... I don't think... Okay, actually, let's just try moving this. Let's be less silly. Let's just go over to you, deconstruct you, and reconstruct you. Stonecoat, thanks for the 22nd month. I'm playing some Dwarf Fortress and trying to build up a civ that had 15 dwarves left. Hell yeah. It's always a good time. Are you getting migrants, or is this like a no migrants situation? This is the third time I've rebuilt this lever. How are we doing, Pax Mac? How's things? Would end up using an extra one. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. We'll try it this way and see if it works. See if it lets me do that. I'm not sure if it's going to topple these when this gets disengaged, which is why I need to test it first. If it does, that'll kind of suck, but... Well, that's good, Pax Mac. We're still getting migrants. Someone was actually asking if you were going to get migrants. Well, you don't get them from other civs. You get them from refugees, which are civless. So if there's been like a lot of destruction, usually the civilians largely just scatter. And it's funny, you can actually sometimes see it happening in real time. In if you're playing adventure mode, which is like fascinating to see. But usually what it means is that like... Okay, no, it doesn't topple that. Perfect. Usually what it will end up meaning is that there's just a lot of, like, unfactioned dwarves just randomly everywhere. So if you run around in adventure mode a bunch, what you'll end up seeing is you'll see, like, basically refugee camps everywhere that are full of, like, factionless dwarves. Or other characters. There's often goblins and elves and humans and all kinds mixed in. But usually what it indicates is that, like, there's just a lot of displaced individuals in that world. Which can be quite interesting to, like, witness. Because it's just like, oh, wow, there's just, like, tents everywhere. Sometimes, in very rare circumstances, if you settle close to a recently destroyed fortress, there will just be tents and survivors everywhere. I think in Fortress Mode 2, sometimes you can talk to them and they'll be like, free me, take me to my family, and they'll give you a quest, but it's kind of a... Not the most interesting quests most of the time. How many more of these do I need? Oh wow, they made all of them. Okay, let's do pipe section, wooden pipe sections, and wooden corkscrews. It's more difficult than it sounds, but yeah, it's commendable when people manage to find time for their mind. Ice Blue. It's always commendable. Let's do ramps there, ramps there. Floors up there once those ramps are built. I'm also going to need to build a wall piece right there. This is going to be absolute fucking chaos when this is done, but we'll see if it works. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I have nowhere near enough bedrooms. It's actually like kind of terrifying when I think about it right now. Not even close to enough bedrooms. Okay, so you need 98 power. You need 496 power. Oh, I see, because a lot of these are not being worked on. But also that would imply that 496, okay, that's good. Plus 110. Yeah, we're good. I mean, you're still making 1,000 power. Let's do 1,100 power. You know, when I turned it on the last time, it didn't even touch my FPS. I don't think this is going to do too much to my frame rate. I don't think it's going to do much at all, actually, but we'll see. I'm not expecting it to do too much. Although, it does kind of make me want to drop an album called This Machine Kills Frame Rate. Not that I'm going to, but... Yeah, displacing water for me doesn't generally hurt my frames all that much. It's displacing pathing that does. And boy howdy does it. Yes, that is what I am building. Erased your stuff. I am in fact building a dam. Thank you for the accurate observation. You're allowed to yell at me for that one if you want. I deserve it. Let's go. Wait, what's all this? That's all sandpaper. Damn, son, would you get a load of these? Or something. What's up, Deza? No. No, I'm above the river. This is an extraordinarily over-engineered dam. Which at some point, knowing my luck, a troll is going to get into and topple every single one of these. It's gonna happen. So I need to roof all of this off and wall all of this off is the actual reality of what I need to do here. I do need some dam protection, yeah. Absolutely. What happened to the giantess? We stabbed it to death with spears and hacked it to pieces with axes and shot bolts at it. It didn't live very long. No, just, you don't need cheat engine speed hack. Literally just open up DF hack and type in fast Dwarf 2. Although this fortress really hasn't dropped below 60 FPS, so I'm not complaining. I think this sucker is ready to go, chat. I think this sucker is ready to go. Are you stuck? You are, in fact, stuck. I've got a stuck dwarf. I'm gonna try and let you out there, Dwarfy. Actually, why don't... I mean, the smart way to do this is to just put some stairs here. Which will speed this whole process up significantly. Sucker is a good name for the giant pump. I mean, it's many little pumps. No, it doesn't. Marcus, it doesn't actually change your frame rate. It simply just speeds up the speed at which dwarves move, which makes some people tolerate low frame rates better. For me, I talked about this a ton yesterday, so I'm going to try not to talk about it today, but I don't talk about frame rate too much these days because I honestly have very few frame rate problems with Dwarf Fortress. They do happen from time to time, but usually it's self-inflicted and I'm aware that I'm doing it before it happens. So I honestly think I'm a really bad person to talk about with frame rate because I don't have many problems with the game's frame rate currently. And kind of haven't for a while. So because of that, it's like, I'm just kind of, yeah, I guess just a bad person to talk to about frame rate with Dwarf Fort at the moment. A no farming stream? What? I don't know what a no-till farming stream is. Or what a till farming stream would be anyway. Just gotta get this dwarf out of here. I mean, I could actually just turn this fucker on, but... You grabbing that? Yep. What is all this? It's all Sam Pear. What is all that? That's Willow. Oh, no, not that. Duh. Let's just put a door in here, actually, and then lock it. That's probably the better way to do this. I mean, I guess no tilling would be no, like, messing with soil. Okay, so that's going to go off the end there. I just have one lever to pull, but first let's just get you out of here because I feel kind of bad. So I literally just need, like, this block to get done right there. An RP? A roleplay run? What's RP stand for? If you mean Raspberry Pi, fuck no. What? I mean, Dwarf Fortress runs on a Raspberry Pi, but doesn't run well. The thing that you need to remember about Dwarf Fortress is it will run on just about anything, but it won't run perfectly on anything. And please stop asking me about frame rate, because I'm a bad person to ask about frame rate. That is all I have to say on this subject. All right, so now that all of that is done, I'm going to lock this. I'm going to lock that. I'm going to go to you, and I'm going to pull this lever. Now we get to see if all of my wasted time was worth it. So, if you like watching water go whoosh, I get a big wall of water in the chat. YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the party button if you like. I'm pretty sure Doom is still Doom. Holy fuck. That's a lot of water. And it is sort of working. Now I've just got to dam off the, this river up here. That's all I've got to do now. Which will be pretty easy. There is several ways I can do that. Too fast. Too fast. I think I need to turn this sucker off. Turn it off. Shut it down. Shut it down. Too much water. Also, somebody just drowned. What? I don't even know how these dwarves ended up in here, but I guess they got gushed off up here. Yeah. Radis is drowned. One of my military dwarves just died. And you're probably next, Steve. Unless you know how to swim, which you certainly do not, it looks like. Yep, there you go. There's 3. Yeah. 4. 3? 3. Not really the success I envisioned, but it is working. So, I guess that's kind of a good thing. Is the burrow on? No, it is not. Need more wood. Okay, so, where did that go? Right there? Not far enough. Right there, however, is fine. Oh, have you not seen those ones? Pack Smack? I'm pretty happy with them, to be honest. Okay, let's just cancel this whole idea here. Instead, I'm going to go from here. Still going to have to go around this. Which, for clarity here, I don't really want to. But I do still have to. gonna have to build ramps over top of this. I'm gonna have to fill this in. Go around the corner and then do up that. Okay, yeah, I can do this. Now the question with this is, how do I power it? I think I have one of these. Got one. One. It's 1, 2, 3. I could just actually plop a windmill right here and see if this has power. Dude, Prinny, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Chat, can you get a round of beers? And YouTube folks, hit the party button a couple times. Thank you very much for that. It means a lot, dude. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. I could do it manually, but that's a risk that I don't know if I'm willing to take. It's a risk that I don't know if I'm willing to take. Also, hopefully I will only need to do this part once. Oh yeah, also that's one of my dwarves. That's part of the reason I need to block this off, is so that I can get all of these. These are my dwarves that have drowned in here. Out of here. Because that's pretty mission critical, it turns out. Let's do those manual and I'll get some extras. Oh no, I don't want to use logs. I want to use blocks. Can also go up to here, deconstruct some of these because those aren't actually anywhere near as necessary or as helpful as they were. That's quite literally what I'm doing, is taking the river and pushing it somewhere else so that I can build blocks in its place. Kib, the crafts dwarf, has given birth to a boy. A brand new baby boy. What's Frank redeemed a dwarf? Why'd you do that? You know, you could have just added me, right? Because, like, I would have looked eventually. What kind of dwarf do you want? You say up there you want a name on a dwarf, best swimming skill. Will not do that. Because I cannot search by that. So I would literally have to go through all 72 dwarves, and I hate to break it to you, I'm not ever going to be willing to do that. I'm very, very, very focused on the game, Ice Blue, currently. So, like, if I take a while to, like, get you guys a redeem, just deal with it. It's just, it is the world that we live in. I know he did, Ice Blue. What I'm saying is don't use that command for that. Please. I beg you. Do you want a beard or no beard, Frank? Or I could give you a specific task if I have it, but swimming skill is not something I can search by. Beard, okay. Then you don't want anyone, see? You can have a metal crafter. Frank, the metal whacker, is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He is deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, is quick to form negative views about things. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He likes to take it easy, and he thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he doesn't focus on... and he does not go out of his way to help others. He has an active imagination, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he begins to talk more slowly when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and his brain malfunctioned. He personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, respects power, and finds romance distasteful, and dreams of creating a great work of art someday. And Streamer hopes that his brain stops short-circuiting someday. He likes claystone, lead, and red zircon, as well as ocelot leather, goat horn, diamonds, hatch covers. 404, help. Streamer not found. Hatch covers and giants for their height. The words of the tresses of prophecy and the sight of the petals of cavorting, and when possible prefers to consume hake and tuber beer, and absolutely hates snails. You're married, you have a kid, you worship Ebel Udur. You're a member of the Hall of Turquoise, which is the Metalsmith's Guild. And I think that god is the god of earth. And you have quite a few friends. By that I mean one. I misread that. I read it as two originally. So you have one friend. Doing pretty well for an adult, honestly. No kills or anything. You've been here since 327, so you arrived this year. I mean, there's plenty of things I find beauty in that I don't like. Seems like a relatable trait, if you ask me. El Dudorino, thanks for the first 5-pack of gift subs of the day. Appreciate you greatly. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Internal streamer error, sure, yes. You know what's funny is all of the statements of the elves hate this fort with all their souls. Only an elf can really say what the elves hate. Are you an elf? Spoken like a true elf. The only way someone would know if the elves hate something is if they are in fact one of them. I think you must be an elf. It's the only logical conclusion after all. Dinner's ready? Go get your dinner. Have good dinner. Let's also go up to here and forbid all of this. I'm really just starting to feel like oh wow, just a normal-ass giant wild boar? That's wild. I'm really starting to feel like I'm actually just playing Timberborn now. All I need is a beaver people mod and we're all the way there. Okay, so you're generating 40 power, that's going to generate 30. This should be enough. The problem is I won't be able to turn this off when I do this, but... Alright, so part 1 is a go-go. Once this gets built. So once the log gets delivered and placed there. With the elves. What do I sell them generally? Cloth made out of silk or like plant cloth. Gems. Technically vegetarian meals. If you have grown cages, you can sell grown cages back to them. Almost any clothing that isn't encrusted with bones, basically. So this is all gonna fall straight down here. Because I've redirected the waterfall to over here now. Which is now going to dump it down there. So what I could actually do now, if I wanted to, is I could actually extend this all the way to the end. Which may actually be wise. Bruh! I was correct. I was worried that this would happen. When I disengage this, it would topple these. Okay. Hey. Okay, fine. I will do it this way then. Elves don't like any animal product. So if it's made using any animal part, elf don't like. Okay, I'll take 6 blocks. We'll do that too. Is there such a thing as non-animal bones? Like, are you asking about sentient creature bones? They don't buy things that came from living things. That should be pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to ignore everything on this subject until you guys grow a singular brain cell and become capable of discerning problems yourselves. I'm waiting. You may be waiting a while. Oh, it's true. Killjoy. No, it's mostly just me just trying to explain that I'm not willing to take your bullshit. And if they want questions answered and interaction, well, then it's time to cool it with the bullshit. All right, let's do this. And this, because we're going to go down in here and get all these bodies out of here first. I'm also going to block this off. No, it's literally you guys that are acting up, Contraman. Like if I can't state that if you try and sell animal products to elves, they get mad at you, and then I have to like define what an animal product is, I grow a brain cell. If I played around with thighs much? I did. Yeah, in the last fort. I don't know how often I'll do it though. And now we can get some more ghosts dealt with, as well as a bunch of bolts out of here. And I can do this. I can do this, and I can do this. Now I can literally have an on-off switch for this creek. Once this is deconstructed, if this gets shut down, there's no longer a bridge. There's no longer a waterfall here at all, which is going to be very handy. But yeah, like all of my bullshit aside, the only stuff I really sell to elves is used clothing that's made out of plant cloth and gems. That's the only stuff I really try to sell to the elves, and it is pretty consistent. This is one of the funniest series of animations I think I've seen in this fort. Hold on, I'm just gonna make just a dump zone right there. I'll just go here and just dump all this stuff. Just get them to move all of it like a foot this way. Because it's just all these items here that are just like clogging up the whole space. We'll try. Just kind of theme your fort's clothing in a way. I tried to do that, but the issue with it that I've seen so far is that because there is no way to tell your citizens what clothing can and cannot be equipped, it's almost impossible to do for your citizens. For nobles, though, it's certainly doable. I mean, because you could, like, you know, make batches of specific dyed clothing and then give that specifically to your nobles. So, like, there's that. But I do think that you're still kind of limited in what you're actually capable of doing, depending, which I think may end up being frustrating for some people, and certainly was for me. However, like, that doesn't mean that it's not doable. It's just time consuming, I guess. So yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily go out of my way to do it, but it is mostly doable. At least for your military squads and nobles. But for just like normal civilians, like, no, you can't do it. Which is kind of okay. I think like being able to dictate specific civilian uniforms would be a nightmare. But I was able to get it to the point where more or less everybody in the fort had similar clothing. I mean, I literally did that as a child. Dried up riverbeds is like that's just a playground for kids. I mean, who didn't play in a dried up riverbed and like old dried up culverts as a kid? I can't be the only one who did that. All right, actually, we're further up than I thought we were. For those of you who don't know, I have a daily minimum, which basically is if I hit it, I hit minimum wage for the day. We're about $70 US off of it for the day, although YouTube money is hard to predict. All I'm saying is if you happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me. That's all I really got. Thanks regardless, though. Thanks for tuning in, if nothing else. I've really royally borked this up. It's okay, I can work away at that slowly. All right, we've got another ghost that's been put to rest from draining that. And so now that I've redirected this, I can now go back down to this.
Shianobi cheered. X100.
Right as it's being dried up. Oh, no, naturally. Of course. Kid brain isn't big brain, it's just kid brain. All right, so now that I've done that, I can place a second one of these right here, which will expand the cost of it slightly, but you know. It's a lot more applewood now, seems like. But this needs 900 power, and this is going to take a little while.
Burr 900.
Burr, thanks for the $1. Appreciate the two of you. Are those dwarves still stuck? What dwarves? I don't have any stuck dwarves. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. I mean, there was one dwarf that was stuck. We got them unstuck. But if there's other stuck dwarves, I'm not aware of them. Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Chat clearly is aware of something that I'm not aware of. Or chat is thinking something is making things stuck that I'm not aware of. One of the two. If you're talking about this, nothing is stuck here. There's a ramp over top. If this is what you think is getting them stuck. Because this isn't getting them stuck. And if you're talking about this, literally I let them out. So I'm not sure what you're referring to. But if you're talking about the ones an hour ago, if I hadn't gotten them unstuck yet, they'd all be dead already. So yeah, I have no idea what we're talking about. That's all I have to say. No idea what we're talking about. You bringing that mechanism down? Because that'd be nice. Nope. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the $2 in bits that we just got? Thank you much. They moved as I said that. Okay. Gotcha. All right, so this is now producing enough power already, and there's some more coming in. So let's get this sucker turned on and see if it overflows again. Hope you guys like water. It's about to go whoosh again. Let's also make sure all of this down here is forbidden. I also still need to satisfy my mirror, which I haven't done yet. Now I can just let that run for a minute. Yeah, I may need to actually extend this all the way across, which won't actually be too difficult. Good news is this seems to be sorting itself out. And yeah, this isn't hurting my frame rate at all. But what we need to wait for is we need to wait for this to drain a little bit. Because as you'll notice, this is where the water is flowing off of the map. So what we're hoping for is that this will eventually catch up. That's what I'm hoping for anyway, is that this is going to move south slowly. But it also may not. Building a frame rate killer? Aye, for the umptillionth time. My frame rate is locked at 60. Frame rate is A-okay. It's 1 level deep. Rivers only ever get 1 level deep. An elven caravan has arrived, speak of the devil. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing what I need it to do. It's a fucking shame, man. That is a fucking shame. There's also option 3, which is I spin all these around again. But I don't really want to do that. The other thing I could try doing, because this might actually be restricting the speed at which the water can go through. Yes, it's a very, very deep canyon. Is I could deconstruct this half of it over here, and then just take all these and plop them on top of this, and then just pump it straight backwards. So instead of like going up and then back and around, it just goes up and pump right back over. That might do it. But I also think I need to extend this all the way to the end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this sucker off. Once it's all off, and this disappears. All right. That's funny. That falling actually hurt my frame rate slightly for a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to manually pump a couple of these. Pump the water out of the lower level. Have something like giant grizzly bear in a cage, but they never do. They need to be settled where those animals exist for them to have those animals. So this will now drain this out, which will allow me to begin doing the silly. I'm then going to deconstruct this. And then probably just wait until this drains out a little bit. Yeah. Actually, this will do some flooding, but fuck it. We'll speed the process up. It'll just drain out this way, which is fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drain the water out of the top here. I'm going to knock down all these walls that I've built. And then I'm going to spin these around. And there's another ghost. Yay. I'm going to deconstruct most of this just so I can make it more consistent looking. Because right now it just looks ugly. I don't need these stairs. Those stairs are a liability. Probably be faster to just use a literal bridge. Yeah, I think I'm going to use the fast route for this. Man. Let's go to the end there. Let's get rid of all this. But I can't get rid of that, otherwise then they won't be able to get out. Then what I need to do is I need to go all the way across with blocks and all the way across with blocks so that I can move. What? Shit. Welp. That wasn't intentional. Nothing I can do. Sorry, Dwarf. Is it a bit of a min-max where you can boost relations by requesting a bunch of very cheap stuff from caravans? There's a literally give gifts button. So you can give dwarves gifts, or other civs gifts. Giving them gifts will boost relations massively. So if you want to, like, maximize your relations with another faction, just give them a bunch of gifts. Oh shit, that's gonna actually be quite dangerous, which I didn't intend, but... Don't use those. Use Willow. Let's unblock that. Thankfully, I don't think anybody drowned there. That there. No, don't use that. Don't use Willow. Use Birch. Or whatever this is. It's apple, not birch. Okay. All of this is alder. Any pump operators? I don't think so, but we'll see. Nope. What else would you take? Here, I'll scroll through the list. We've got one miner. We've got a bunch of carpenters. We've got some stone workers. We've got some trappers. We got some weaponsmiths. A fuckload of gem carters because they're cheap, showing up for some stupid reason. A bunch of crafts dwarves. Some doctors and nobles and things. Some soldiers and some children. Happiest mason. That mason is the most likely to die if they go into a strange mood. If you acknowledge this, I will give you the happiest mason. What's up, Thanatos? I don't know if there's a cap. I never look at the specific numbers because the game doesn't surface it, and I don't really care to dig deeper. Personally. But I'm sure there probably is, Thanatos. This miner is lost? Oh, no, they'll probably end up with a pickaxe deconstructing stuff. I think the gem cutters are actually lost. Because if they go into a strange mood and ask for a rough gem, they're literally just dead. Also, before somebody points it out, I'm aware that their drinks are at 12. I need to fix that. It's a sacrifice you're willing to take? Okay. Romanoid is very slow to anger and is overinflated sense of self-worth. Rarely looks on others with lust. Can handle stress. Often feels discouraged. Tries to do things correctly each time. Tends to not go out of her way to help others. And she prefers to present herself modestly. She could be considered rude. And she tends to be passive in discussions. Sorry, where was I? She could be considered rude. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she lives a fast-paced life. She often tells pointless stories when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally sees power over others as something to strive for and respects perseverance. She's very skinny, and she has an angular chin. She has a low voice, and her extremely tall ears are flattened, and she has a protruding silver eyes. She likes rock salt, bismuth, pink jade, bracelets, flasks, leeches for their feeding habits, and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders. Impossible prefers to consume giant leopard rhubarbs, not the same thing, and giant leopard rhubarbs. That'd be an interesting type of rhubarb. And 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And you worship Ibruk, the god of death, and you're a member of the Order of Dust, who worship the god of death. I'm presuming just nobody's harvesting plants at the moment. All right, let's jump back down to here. So do I have a single miner currently that has a pick? Yes, I do. And I need you to be more specific, single miner. It's one of those, like, I realize this job is very dangerous, and because of that, you will probably hate it, but I don't really have many options. Probably don't even have the ability to make that many. It's going to take 47 blocks. No, it just likes their feeding habits. It's got nothing to do with being or wanting to be a vampire. Just likes their feeding habits. This water's all just draining out here. It's fine. Just let it do its thing. All right, so what I need is I need flooring along the top of this. And I don't have enough blocks for literally any of these, with the exception of maybe almond. I also need to deconstruct this, this, and this. Also probably this and this. I think what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go over to this end. I'm going to dig 2 stairs down into here. Or build 2 stairs down into there. I'm going to deconstruct this door. And I'm going to rebuild that as just flooring, I guess. Get rid of this wall. And I will build 2 more pumps here. I'm also going to get rid of this. And these are just going to become walls. It's kind of the only thing I really can do. I can also start doing this, 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 this. It's been a minute since I've had a fort where, like, all I really have to do or can do is just, like, deconstruct and reconstruct shit until something works. It's been a while since I've had a fort like this. Like, kind of a long time. This is also going to suddenly be very hazardous. Like, very hazardous. I mean, extremely hazardous, actually. Because all of this is draining from up here, too, still. I can also get rid of this, which is nice, and that, which is nice. And I can also start building these. Because they only need 1 tile to support them. I can also get rid of you. I can also get rid of this upper one because they'll be powered by the one below. So this one down here will power these up here. Easy peasy. And then I just need to then get flooring constructed all the way along here so that it just flows over the other side. That is it. I also need to extend this side so that pumps can go in all the way up to this corner here. I'm also going to need to literally place wall pieces in here. But this should be a more all-encompassing dam construction place. And hopefully it works? I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? Do you think my my master plan here is going to be successful, or do you think this is just going to backfire just as badly as the last 2 attempts? I'm hoping it doesn't backfire, but I'm not going to rule out the possibility. Nope, there goes a door. Hardly knew ye. Okay, so now let's just go pump facing north. Pump facing north. And lastly, pump facing north. A successful backfire? There's no such thing. That's a literal oxymoron, my friend. Some migrants have arrived. Please stop. I don't need any more imbeciles. I don't have enough bedrooms for you as is. And I also don't have enough coffins for the ones that have already died, let alone the ones that haven't died yet. Which phrase? A successful backfire? Yeah, I think maybe you mean like an intended backfire? Like rigging it? Rigging something to backfire? An unexpected failure instead of an unexpected failure, you know? Just gonna go full big brain with this one. I expect me to fail, so thus I won't be disappointed. Okay, so that's all almond. You know what's sad? As this is actually like sort of backfiring already. That's actually what's kind of sad here. Okay, so you right here. Make a walkway over to there. Go down to here. Could just make a bridge. I've made this so unnecessarily difficult for myself, it's actually kind of incredible. But, I mean, nobody's perfect, right? If I didn't make this needlessly difficult for myself, would you guys have gotten all of this entertainment? You know, I had this conversation with somebody a while ago where they were like, why are you doing this way? There's this easy way. And then they linked me a diagram from the wiki on how to do it easily. And I was like, because then how would I get the entertainment of fucking up for 3 days? And then later kind of regretted not looking it up. There's probably a way that I could do this really easily. Although I'd probably look at it and then be like, yeah, that requires digging. Because like I could think of like 4 or 5 ways I could do this if I could dig, where I would have had this dammed with half the pumps. But because I can't dig, I'm like kind of super limited on what I can actually do. Not intentionally. Deza. It was a wave pool for a minute there. When it was a wave pool, it was pretty dramatic looking too. Can also get rid of that. Yeah, so I'm also going to need to literally get rid of these stairs. I'm going to need to go up to here. Floor all that off, floor all that off. Deconstruct this. Yeah, I'm going to need to get rid of the stairs that are down here. That's what we're going to need to do. All of this, literally all of this, is happening because I don't have an easy way of getting rid of ghosts. This is me trying to get to some bodies in this river. For anybody who maybe missed the very beginnings of this nonsense the other day, this is literally happening because I don't have a convenient, easy way of getting rid of bodies. And so far, I've created several dozen more bodies. But, you know, I mean, hey. It could be worse. You know? We could be out of booze again. It could be a lot worse. It could, in fact, be quite a bit worse. As much of a challenge as that is to think about, it could be. I'll let you know when I figure out how it could, in fact, be worse, though. What do they want? Oh, great. Well, I literally cannot permit this. I'm actually going to expel jewelers. Get out. I literally can't have you here. Because anytime any of these go into a strange mood, they're gonna die. Have you drowned yet? Nope. Not yet. Maybe soon. But not yet. Would you like to? I could possibly arrange it. Let's go through here. Just put a floor piece there. You want to live? Well then, don't act so excited about drowning. I'm not sure what just broke you, but something did. This all looks awful. But the good news is I've built worse things. Somehow that is still the good news. Sounds like the Dread Pirate Roberts. What? No, I want to live. I've put more effort into dumber things and lived to tell the tale. I will make this happen. Building worse is not hard. Oi! How dare you discount my bragging? I don't know where I'm going with that. Let's go with hazel. I quite like the color of hazelwood. Actually, I don't need to go all the way across with this. Just need to go up to
Finally,
there.
it realized law.
Realized what? That you have a subscription? I mean, thanks for keeping the subscription alive, but... Appreciate you, mate. Oh, the Prime cooldown? Gotcha. No name, welcome back. Thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Checking to get a round of beers, and don't forget, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, those do help keep me funded. They do add up by the end of the month. Get a dozen of those a day, and it'll keep the Holy shit, chat. Some kobolds actually made it on the map and off the map with some stuff. That's impressive. That is truly impressive. Those bastards. I know, right? What, if only the thieves had drowned? I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put one singular ramp up here. I'm just going to build floors across this and try and keep this somewhat dry-ish. Oh, I see the problem here. I see the problem. Okay, so you over there, you up to here. Sweet. I didn't need to do both sides of that, so let's just do the one. And then I think actually this is just going to be turned into a upper right there. So worst case scenario, we can just, if for some reason that river starts flowing again, which hopefully it doesn't, we can just flow out. God, this whole thing is a mess. It's such a mess. But we're getting there. We are actually getting there. Against all odds. Well, the odds are mostly just my own inability to play this video game. Okay, who has a goddamn pickaxe? What are you doing? Oh, you're attending a meeting. Well, that makes you really useless. You know that? Put down your pickaxe, go do anything else. Give it to somebody else who will actually use it. Like this miner. Most filthy thieves need a shower. It's probably true. It's probably true. Although, how do you know that they're not already showered? Have you smelled one? Because, like, they can totally just walk over there. I don't know why they don't. That ghost is just existing right there. All in all, though, I do think the moods are still shockingly good. Is anybody else, like, astonished by how good the moods are in this fort? Because I certainly am. Every time I look at them, I'm like, wow, really? Like, how did that happen? How are we, like, not in the dredges when it comes to Dwarven mental health at the moment? Because I feel like it should be significantly worse than it currently is. Plenty of liquor rations. I mean, we were down to 12 for a moment there. But yeah, it has been pretty consistent. Can I deconstruct you underneath that? Yes, I can. Let's also do that. So I'm going to slowly get rid of all of this connection here. I'm going to get rid of all of these. Well, actually, let's start at the end here. Pause that. Start down here. Slowly deconstruct all of this. Man, one of the most complicated and or tedious things you can do in this game is and I guess also probably in real life, is repurposing old constructions for new purposes. It's just like forever a slow and tedious process, regardless of the circumstances. Also, what's up, PD Dobster? Be cool if there was an upside to having a few ghosts in your fort. Why? I mean, it makes your fort unadventure modable. Because the ghosts just fucking kill you, usually. Although, I don't know if this... is this fort making for a good Halloween season fort? I hadn't really planned for it to be that. Like, it's just kind of my weird Luddite fort. But if it's like, you know... if it is making for good Halloween season stuff... Dorks. Bunch of Vile Force of Dorps have arrived. I don't want to deal with them right now. But, I suppose we have to. Chat, a force of vile goblinness has arrived. Sending my squads over here to go deal with them. Thankfully, they're nice and close by. There's a bunch of snatchers arriving. And bolts are already flying towards my dwarves. And my dwarves are flying towards the goblins. Thankfully, it's once again, a very small siege. And it seems that Aiden Knott is actually doing a very good job taking down the initial dwarves. Led here seems to have been hit by something and is now bleeding. But the siege is already over because there was only like 6 of them, realistically, that we needed to kill. So now, the result is my dwarves have more gear. Hopefully, that they can equip, maybe. Okay, well, they all get nicer helmets. Is the result. Just need some undead and it's all themed up. True, yeah. Certainly got that burgundy vibe. It's all forbidden. Not forbidden, not forbidden. That's good. I'm actually going to need to increase the number of pumps that I have because I've only got 3 left. So I need 2 more. Yeah, once we get these ghosts out of the river and we get the bedrooms up and running again, we'll actually be in a pretty good spot, I think. And then down here, I also need to deconstruct these. I mean, not all of them, but I should. I just need to be able to pump it out there. Also, I'm in an ad break, so I will pause. Are sieges and raids my source of metal? Sieges and trading, yeah. I could scare off thieves and intruders? I don't know. I think there's tons of upsides to having zombies. I'm kind of happy that there's no upsides to having ghosts. Unless, like, they would really need a lot. It would need to be a very big give and take thing. Like right now, having necromancers in your forts has upsides, but it also has a lot of downsides. I like the idea that there are things that are bad in the game that have good options, but if there was upsides to ghosts, then people would try and min-max that, and I think that might ruin ghosts a little bit. I mean, I'm kind of a bit of a elitist. I don't even know if that's the right word. I'm a bit of a weirdo when it comes to necromancers already, because like when necromancers were first introduced into the game, they were overwhelmingly negative with absolutely no positives, and it was like kill all of them at all costs kind of thing. And I miss that. I think that they made for a really fun adversary, and now it kind of feels like in many ways the game doesn't have any of those. And I miss that. I want that back. And I think that like when there's too many positives to negative things in a game like this, the result often is it makes the game, or it makes the enemy less interesting, and I'm not a big fan of that personally, but I'm certainly, you know, not alone in that take, but it's not the most common take necessarily. I may actually need to make more power generation for all this. Okay, those are all wall tops then. What do I have? Let's just go sand pear for the walls. Except I need one piece right there. Can also go down into here and just make this thing smaller. So it doesn't need to be so big, and a lot of those blocks are just gonna fall into the river, and that kind of sucks, but human caravan has arrived. I wish I cared. Literally, there's one singular focus for me in this fort right now, and that's get this river dammed. Uh-oh. Didn't see anybody fall, so that's good. Okay, now that I've done that, let's just cross our fingers and hope nobody else drowned. Birch. 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 Floor. Gonna go down here. Go floor grates and just use literally whatever's closest. Just want to get them out of wherever else they're sitting, where they're not supposed to be. Ah, somebody else drowned. Look at that. Got another one. The river claims another soul. Just use whatever. I just need to deconstruct this wall. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. I'm also like trying to color coordinate this as I'm at it, which turns out dumb idea when you're like just desperately trying to rebuild and fix something. If you're keeping a tallied list of everybody who died in the river, maybe. I mean, there's definitely going to be a huge memorial pile of coffins because I'm recovering all of the bodies, or at least trying to. So there will at the very least be that. I can't really guarantee much outside of that. Okay, so let's go over onto this side and go all the way across here and deconstruct all that. Just trying to get a single... Fucking fuck, what? I don't even know how that... I feel like I should know how that fell, but I don't. You okay there, Dwarf? Looks like it. One of the lucky ones. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. Come on. Somehow my mayor is still alive, and somehow the dwarves haven't started to suspect that my mayor may be incompetent, and new migrants have arrived for some goddamn reason beyond our reasonable amounts of intelligence. I mean, chat, would you live here? I wouldn't. There's like no circumstance where I would move here. Oh yeah, also... This is like the slowest well on Earth in the national engineering. True, this is probably a pretty legendary engineering project. They're evading taxes. Well, then they'd be moving here from a human faction, because Dwarf don't know what that is. If you figure out, though, please tell me. Or maybe they're just trying to see the Grand Canyon, like they're just tourists. I'm removing all unnecessary floor pieces, basically. That's what I'm currently doing. Okay, let's go all the way across here. Just do birch for everything. Just so that the colors are coordinated. That's all that this means. That's all that this is supposed to be, is just coordinating colors. Okay, now that I've done that, dwarves can go all the way across. We can also do that at a slightly higher priority. Get 2 more pieces of birch in there. This needs 940 total power, but it should all be powered. That produces 1,500 power, so that should be plenty. So now all I really need is I need all of these holes to be patched. I need to build some stairs. I need to deconstruct all the way along here, and then I need to seal up the layer below. I can also make... grate. Wooden grates. Like, basically only ever made them out of almond. So let's make 20 of those. Which I can put right there so that we can still access this side without having to go across that side. This is kind of actually inconvenient, but eh. This is mostly sand pear and various other materials, but I don't care much about making this match, at least not right now. I might care later. Can always go back in later and fix. I was kind of expecting to run out of blocks by that point. Oh, there we go. 20 left. All right. We're basically done. They just need to construct all of that now. Can only fix later if you remember to fix it. I mean, I'll remember because it's very multiple colors. Very multicolored. If it wasn't so multicolored, I probably wouldn't remember, but... All right. Well, this is one of the dumbest constructions I've ever made. What do you think, chat? Do you think it's even going to work? I have my doubts at this point, to be honest. Like, I do in fact have my doubts. But who knows? Mayhaps I'll be surprised. I mean, I can't let her rip just yet. We gotta finish building all this first. Which is kind of a lot of hauling jobs. I also need to put up filler piece in that. I also need to deconstruct the rest of this. Whether it works or not, it's a marvel of engineering. All right. I'll do my best to make Stan Lee proud. Oh wait, different marvel. Okay, so this is going to fill up this side. These are going to pump it out and over to here and down into here, which will hopefully hold the river back enough that I can go down in here and build a bridge. And if this works, then I can extend it and build more of a bridge. And then build a bigger dam. Ideally, this dam will be modular-ish in nature. And if it is, then I can expand it once it's been built. So that's what we're hoping for. These dwarves should be proud either way. I think they just really want bedrooms. So maybe if they get bedrooms out of this, they'll be proud. It would actually be really... Uh-oh. So it'd actually be really cool to make these squads into... Or not these squads. This fort into kind of a... How do I put it? Built in the dam. Like if I just build a really tall dam in this river and put all my housing in it and a lot of the crafting in it, that would be pretty dope. So I'm kind of not there yet, but hoping maybe, because that would be really cool if I could pull it off. Some of these jobs got canceled because stuff ceased to be accessible, which is not good, but we'll see what we can do. I think somebody broke a couple workshops, which would be why these are disappearing. Hate these autumn rains. It's unbearable. I'm actually very happy it's been raining. It's been raining here a bit. I'm very happy that it's been raining because that means that, like, we're not just, like, how do I word this? Like at a constant extreme fire risk. So I kind of, I don't know. I like the autumn rains. So I can't really relate with that sentiment very much. It makes you super drowsy? Maybe you need it. Maybe your body's trying to tell you something. It's time for snooze. As Vin Diesel once said in that one movie that I don't think anybody remembers, it's time to go to Nappy Boo and Betty Pie Land. All I know is that random brush fires in the city is not fun, so I'm very happy for the rain. God damn it. Alright, who's drowning now? Oh, nobody? Nobody? Uh-oh. Never mind, someone was found badly crushed. Somebody just went splat immediately. There you are. Well, there goes that miner. So, whoever said this miner is lost, this miner is dead, actually. Must be inside, right? I guess that's not inside. Cram some more into this little nook. Yeah, this may end up just being a big old memorial. Moist lever. Moist lever. I'm presuming that's what you meant. Diamond, am I correct? Glad to know that my assumption was accurate. Looks like making those coffins actually is getting us putting some more things to rest, slowly. Not all at once, but one at a time. Two, actually. Oh, what? That's not what I wanted. Told you to... Well, I guess I didn't tell him to use Willow. Or they would have used Willow. I wanted you to use Willow. All right, well, we are damn close to done. No pun intended. Any puns are purely coincidence. It's going to be a damn fine fort soon enough. You won't even be able to deny it. That's the last piece I got to get rid of. Oh, gosh. Let's just get that dwarf buried right there so we can just get rid of that body. Oh, Jesus. Well, I didn't even see what they caved in there. It's not the first time I didn't even see what they caved in there, but wasn't intended. As if any of these were. Thankfully, nonsense aside, I think we're done. By all counts, this is the most dangerous fort that hasn't been actively getting invaded that I've built in a very long time. That is all. I'm going to lock this door. And that should be it. Let's turn this sucker on and see if it works. Hopefully the sacrifices and bodies were worth it, chat. Hopefully they were worth it. I need a wall of water. Timed it pretty well with the music, too. It looks like it's working. That one, those two tiles on the corners are concerning. Like this one where it's staying 7 deep. And this one where it's not going down to 1. But now also to those of you joking about swimming pools, I'll bet you I could get my soldiers training in here. El Duderino, thanks for the 2 gifts. I'll bet you that would be pretty fucking great training. Uh-oh. Where's that water coming from? Is there an open space in here somewhere? Why is there extra flooding? The equilibrium is breaking. Not a fan of that. Like it was working. I blame this Fisher Dwarf. I don't know how, but somehow it's their fault. I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe just too much water on this side. That's the problem is, like, this isn't actually, like, removing any water. It's just moving it back around, so I guess eventually it balances out. Dwarf corpse clogged the pipes. Uh-huh. It's just weird because, like, originally it was working. I wonder. I want to test something. This won't be take too long to set up either. I'm going to dig through this wall. And I'm going to build like like maybe 2 lines of floors here or 3. Or I could even just wait until this upper side drains. Stuff doesn't really clog these pumps in that way. Let's wait for those 2s to all disappear. Ooh. You know what I could do that's exceptionally stupid? Okay, do I do this, like, the kind of smart way? Or do I do this the exceedingly dumb way? No, that would be the smart way. I'll put it this way. Either way will work. But okay, so what I could do is I could build 2 really big drawbridges on this. And atom smash the water. And would actually probably be safer to construct. Because what I could do is I could do a drawbridge like this. That goes to, like, here. Well, rather it's locked, so I can't build it. But, like, I could do a drawbridge that goes across. Still let it flow off. Hook up some sort of mechanism to trigger frequently. Maybe, like, make a little minecart loop somewhere. And then atom smash the water. Like, what do we think, chat? Like, that is exceptionally dumb. But it might actually do it. And while they're working on that, I can go above ground and work on some bedrooms. Because, oh fuck, we need some bedrooms. First off, we're just going to throw some clothing away. Or not throw clothing away, but get dwarves able to put their clothing away. Let's just go up to, what are you? Apple? And these are all what? Cherry? I don't actually think I have much cherry, but we'll see. No, I got a little bit. Not for the back wall, but what else do I have? Let's just go for this. I'm also getting some more tantrums. I may just expel people who commit too many tantrums. Who throw too many tantrums. Commit's the wrong word. Some memorial stones in the bottom. No, here's the thing. Like, I realize what you're saying here. The key here is simply don't turn them on. This is one of those instances where you need to have a little bit more faith in me. I'm fucking around, so, like, stuff's getting messed up. But, like, I think this is one of those cases where you need to have a little bit more faith in me. Because I'm not going to turn the thing on unless it's completely isolated. There won't be bodies because there won't be bodies. Have a little bit more faith in me, mate. We got this. I mean, I need to set up a captain of the guard for tantrums to be a crime. And currently, I don't have... Oh, never mind. He's just stumbling around obliviously. He's not even tantruming. Currently, I don't even have, like, an office set up for my mayors. So, like, I'm kind of a little bit reluctant right now to, like, worry about setting up a captain of the guard when I don't even have an office for my mayor yet. That's all. You can't dig. How about what is wood? Dwarf Fortress questions for 500. And those are all cherry, which is fine. Chat, you answer that question. I've answered it 245,600, 500 million, 321 quintillion. I don't know how numbers work number of times. The one that Soki said. At one time, Blind built a dam, and everybody died. The end. Ironically, I've had much better luck than this with building dams before, but usually I'm allowed to dig. Even mathematicians don't know how they work. It proves that all math is made up and the rules don't matter. Real life is just like whose line is it anyway? I was correct all along. All right, I'm just gonna assign these, and the reason I manually assign them is so that I know how many more I still have yet to build, and as you can see, it's a lot. Oh, I have a necromancer in the fort. I don't know how I feel about that. I do not know how I feel about that. Meditate on death checks out. When did you get here, buddy? This spring? I don't know. You could also be the one to, like, test out the drawbridge. I mean, it's true. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Keep him or kick him out? It's up to you guys. You tell me. I'm just along for the ride at this point. It's all chaos anyhow. Just chaos all the way down. That's a giant sparrow. Please don't let that out. I mean, honestly, Tarantos, here's the thing. The last faction, the whole goal was just simply exterminate the necromancy, right? At all costs, and by that I mean actually just exterminate all dwarves. So I guess it would make some sense if this fort, like, ended up going that way. I just kind of didn't expect one to show up. Although it kind of, it sort of checks out, actually, based on, like, this world's history. Okay, so this is slowly getting more of these. And the way I'm going to trigger that is this. I'm going to make a minecart track that's going to do this, this, and that. Actually, hold up. I'm going to make it out of a specific material so I don't accidentally use something I don't want it to use. This is how we're going to open and close those bridges. Although I may actually need to make this a little bigger. Yeah, let's make it a little bigger. Could be a fun mechanic if you could pan for gold in the waterfalls. Almost certainly. Now what I need to do is I need a minecart route that starts there. I need to throw nothing in it, nothing in it, nothing in it. But I do need to make a minecart. And I also need... This is going to use way too many gear mechanisms, isn't it? Minecart's trigger. Then I need copper mechanisms. I've got 1, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5. Are we talking about, like, ways of getting rid of water? Yeah, I'm not super interested in that. This is also going to take a while to actually set up. Well, this one on the left has had a big advantage, that's for sure. And is indeed getting set up much quicker. I could also move this in one. There's also the second part of this that I'm also going to add on to, which is I'm going to dig through this. Maybe not there, actually. It's kind of a bad idea. Dig through here. Great. I've got no dwarves aside to mining. Go find a pickaxe, dwarf. Hopefully we have one. You know how bridges destroy stuff? They also destroy water. Like, you know how a lot of people use bridges to deconstruct, like, or destroy items and such? Same goes for water. You can just break water with bridges. Just in case I'm out of charcoal, I might be. No, I'm not, but I'm going to presume I am, or pretend I am. Basically, it's an exceptionally silly thing. Lava Mist Track was fun. Oh, and the cheese launchers. What? Diamond? Excuse me? This is an exceptionally silly looking thing, let me tell you. Let's just do it this way instead. Am I going to slap the Jesus out of the water? I don't know about the Jesus, but I'm going to slap the water. It's also probably going to fling a lot of water, which is going to be really funny to look at. Yeah, this is a really, really silly way of doing things. Like, exceptionally silly, but... what could possibly go wrong, you know? What could possibly go wrong? Aside from everything. I mean, I don't... Can pumps pump fish? I don't know. Many extra steps. Might I recommend Googling the definition of the word? To fling. Not in the, like, swinger couples type of fling. So don't look it up on the Urban Dictionary, look it up on the Dictionary. There is, of course, the last and final option if none of this works, which is just build another row on top and just pump it really far this way, but I don't really want to do it that way. What am I making here? Some fucking nonsense. I'm pretending to play Dwarf Fortress, but we're actually playing Timberborn. Okay, well, drawbridge open and then thing get flung. When drawbridges open, they launch whatever on them into sky. And in this case, water. So, how else do you want me to explain flinging? It's pretty self-explanatory, really. Nah, no I don't. I think these dwarves are better than beavers, personally. I would rather have a fortress full of dwarves than beavers. We don't need no beavers to teach us how to dam a river. We're dwarves. You now know less? Yay! I'm working. It is, in fact, a large river. That is true. This river be damned accurate. there is also the, like, I could just build all the way to the edge here. Like, all the way to the other end. But meh. Okay, so you're constructing the first bridge. I don't know if this will help, but it might. So. Not holding out too much hope here. We've gotten a ban on exports. Well, that's cute. Not allowed to export Windows. Chat, we're only exporting Linux in this fort. Oh, also, did you know that you can kill ghosts with drawbridges? Just thought I'd let you know. I don't think they've fixed that. As far as I know, you can still kill dwarves with drawbridges. Or ghost dwarves with drawbridges. Exorcism bridges? Yeah! You know, it's just like the exorcism... guillotine. Is there a way to non-permanently kill somebody, Silas? If there is, I'm not familiar with it, so please educate me. It's how you close down Spirit Halloween for good. That's all I'm saying. Well, shush now with your logic, Avera the Screamer. How dare you ruin my joke with your smarts? I do have sand, yeah, says Erdes. Lady Wharf? As in, like, the wood on the water? Wharf? Or, like, the Star Trek character? What is this? Princess Bride? Dwarf. Ah! Dwarf. I'm not going to give you the happiest one because she's the most likely to die in the fort. So I will give you this one. Cricket has a bedroom, so is one of the fortunate few, and feels fondness when speaking with an acquaintance. Also, these taverns being so small is making them get tons of fucking friends, which is actually like one of the few things that's keeping the moods up. She feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and she tends to take no pleasure in her talents and appearance. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she doesn't, and she... And he is unable to read. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She is troubled by this because she truly respects sacrifice. She generally is quite confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to think before acting, and she is trusting. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she often feels discouraged. She is a friendly individual, and she is often nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather and doesn't really care about much anymore. I'm actually curious about one thing. I'm gonna increase the amount of work for these poor dwarves. Next up, she personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. Sorry, the highest ideals, the best thing, not the worst thing. And she has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. She values hard work and disregards tradition, dislikes cooperation, and wants to craft a masterwork someday. And she likes cassiterite and black bronze, as well as yellow diamond, giant muskox hoof, water buffaloes for their wallowing, and porcupines for their quills. The sound of the petals of phrasing, and the sight of the and the sight of the petals of cavorting, and when possible prefers to consume copperhead snake and pond turtle and perry, and absolutely hates fire snakes. And her slightly close-set silver eyes are bulging. And she has a ton of friends. Welcome to the fort. I'm gonna go use the toilet break. You guys can watch this fish cleaner hook up a mechanism, which I think it's about to be done, actually. Oh. So let's hook up another one if I can. Okay, no, I can't. Then instead, you guys can watch this dwarf constructing a building. I will be back in a moment. 2 seconds. Oh no! Oh hey, never mind. Oh yay! Caravan has arrived from the Dwarfises. These ones actually do need to trade with, maybe. It's the second trading caravan of the day. Yeah, they're giant wild boars. The biggie piggies. They are, in fact, giant wild boars. Kind of amazed with how much longer this one's taking than that one, but... Alright, I've got a bunch of livestock I don't really need. So I'm actually just going to deconstruct this cage and sell them that giant wild boar. Fuck you, game. That's all I have to say. I hate shellcrafts. Fine. Shell crowns. Shell helms it is. Some migrants have arrived despite something. Giant wild boar cage will go right there. I hope that sparrow's trained. Yes, it is. Devoted mortal, the outpost meets with the outpost liaison, and I'm gonna ask them to bring me... I was just gonna ask them to bring gems. Mostly because I don't particularly feel like trading at the moment. I literally can't request boulders. I can request, and also I'm making copper mechanisms. I don't need boulders for mechanisms. I can only request ore. I mean, yeah, I guess I could just request some plain boulders, but no. No, I'd rather request ore if I was going to do that, because then if I were to request just plain ore, then I would have, what's it called? If I were just to request ore instead of just plain boulders, then at the very least I would have multiple uses for it, and that's going to make them bring, like, nothing overall for trading, because that stuff's so heavy. It's not enough. Wow, those are some that's an expensive ass shield. Holy shit. Just buy the one shield then, buy everything else. Yeah, I'm kind of done with just asking them to bring me heavy shit, because, like, it's like I can't even trade them any of the things that I want to trade them. Quite literally. Guess I'll just sell these bolts then. You don't get wagons unless you become a barony. Also, we're only on year 4 of this fort. I haven't even satisfied my mayor yet. We are very far from being able to get wagons. Chat, do you guys always go for barony right away? Because people always seem kind of surprised that I don't have wagons yet. Because, like, I try to, like, put off being a barony for quite a while, usually. I don't know, it's just kind of, it's a little bit surprising to me that, like, how often people are just like, wait, oh, right, yeah, you don't get wagons. It's like, well, why would I? Like, why do you go for that so early? There we go, that's plenty. I need to make my brew drinks tasks happen sooner, but I just don't have any things that I can brew, which I should now. Yerp. That bucket's being super slow. You don't think you realized barony equals wagons? Did you never wonder why you didn't get wagons right away? Okay, let's just keep increasing the amount of logs I have. Keep working on this sucker. It should be done soonish. They're looking pretty similar. Usually accept barony as soon as it's offered. Do you want your wagons? Fair. I guess I never really prioritized them that much. Although it was really weird starting to play the premium version and not getting wagons right away. That was really weird. Still kind of is, but... What's the block I have the most of? 130 sandpair? Oh, 303 ashen. Let's use that. Just need that to get built. And then I can do this. And it'll just build up pretty quick. You just haven't succeeded enough to know it's fair. I just kind of am amused by that, actually, I guess. Because so many people seem allergic to nobles. Like, oh, I hate this noble, yet... So I always kind of took that to mean that, like, the majority of the people who played the game wouldn't accept barony right away. So, like, reading that you guys do is kind of interesting to me. Actually, I don't know. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18? I guess. Layers? I mean, it really depends on the fort for me. If it's like the theme of the fortress, like the thing that I want to do with that fort, then I usually go for nobles pretty quick. But if it's not the theme of that fort, and I don't really care, then I generally don't, or I generally try and go as long as possible without them. So it really depends on what I'm doing with that particular fort. River level is 8. 26 is starting. Bah! Did you just... Oh, I see. Steve battered a dwarf. One of the ghosts killed one of my dwarves. Well, that's terrifying. Damn it, Steve. Why you gotta be like that? That's a lot of blood. I mean, it's just one dwarf. Also went all the way up the stairs, too. It started down here. You got battered down here, and it went all the way up and at him here. Ghosts are pretty mean, man. Uh-oh. We've also got some punching happening up here. Because Landrum the child went and tantrumed. Landrum, where are you? Who's your parents? Oh, they're both dead? Okay, I don't blame you all of a sudden. I've been just kind of like letting the livestock get ahead of me while I've been working on this, so let's just clean this shit up a little bit. Undead aren't affected by pathing through anything. Wait, undead is in zombies or undead is in ghosts? Ghosts can path through walls, so ghosts just ignore the pathing laws because they don't care about your pathing laws. As far as undead go, I don't know. I don't know. I've never really looked at it too closely. Probably? I'd presume so. At least intelligent undead would be. As for the rest of them, I don't know. Ghost Fort 2.0, that's not the intent. To breach hell? Well, then do it. Let me know how it goes. Here's the thing. If you're trying to do it because you think it'll be better for frame rate, I doubt it. Especially if you're talking about, like, intelligent undead, I highly doubt it will be any better for frame rate. What year did I start this fort? 325? Or 324? Actually, hold on. I could tell you. Sometimes I write it down. I didn't this time. 323. I just need this done. This should be pretty much done. Then I don't know. I have no idea what the effectiveness of that would be. I presume that you were talking about undead that were, like, part of your faction, which is a pretty different question than undead that aren't part of your faction, so I have no idea. Your guess is entirely as good as mine. You still have loads of trees remaining? I have a question. Has anybody here ever tried this kind of style? Because... like, this is the area that I'm actively cutting down, and all these trees in here are trees that have grown back since. Like, trees in Dwarf Fort grow really fast. Like, I don't know why you guys seem to think that I'm going to run out of wood. Wood is just, like, self-replicating infinite resource, like, in this game. Like, you need 2 years for a tree to get full size. Not even. It's to contain the flinging water, yeah. Make less of a mess. Or at least that's my idea. I don't know how well it's gonna actually work in practice. A lot of this is just me messing around. It's literally impossible unless you, like, pave it prior night. Am I trying to lay the river dry? Is it possible for water to lie down? I am trying to dam the river, yes. And if this don't work, then I will just build structure all the way to the end here and just push it off the edge of the map. We're in an ad break, but there isn't too much going on. I'm just waiting for this to be done. Papa Millennial, thank you very much for the raiding party. Appreciate you. Jack, can I get some beers for the raiders? Please don't drown them. Appreciate the raid, though. It means a lot. I've gotten a lot of raids in the last 2 weeks. It's been cool. Just appreciate it. Mods, can I get a shout out for the raiding party, please? Please and thank you. Yeah, it kind of feels like the riverbed is missing an asset. Pep, Salo deck, because they used to look like kind of like snow does on the surface in ASCII, but like with tildes, so like brown tildes used to be like riverbeds, and it's still like listed as riverbed. Like I redirected this river, and it's listed as a riverbed, but it really just feels to me like they are missing assets, which kind of sucks, honestly. But there ain't too much you can do about it. Twelve more tombs, eh? We'll be able to get that dwarf tombed up soon. Not once. Would you like to? Yeah, it might come as a shock, but people don't generally ask for that. That's what this lower level looks like. This is still under construction. As for the upper layers, the messy surface fort is here. Ad break attacked. Comes with the territory. ASCII map so tiny. Yeah. Someone did post a ASCII tile set that's compatible with this version of the game, though. I already technically have a Rangers Guild. Question is, where did I put it? Is it this one? Nope, that's the temple. That's the Rangers Guild. I don't know how I can get the value of this high enough to be any use, though. What do I have for bars? I have a decent amount of silver. For me to learn to read ASCII? That's a weird question, because I think the first ASCII game I played was in like 2007. I don't know. It depends on the game. I mean, it's sort of like playing a game like Civilization for the first time with no idea what it looks like. If you just sit down and you play a game like Civ with no idea what you're looking at, it looks like weird, mindless, random nonsense, right? But if you play it for a while, it just kind of starts to look like Civ. That's exactly the same as learning a game in ASCII. It's not a question of how long did it take you to learn ASCII. It's like, okay, well, how long did it take you to learn to know what the tiles mean at a glance in Civ without having to examine them? Or any other game. It's just a graphical style. It's not this bizarro world, alternate reality reading skill that you have to learn. Hey, Shawdad. Appreciate you. Glad you like the tutorials. But yeah, I don't know how to answer a question like when did I or how did I learn or how long did it take me to learn to read ASCII? I fuck if I know. Without lead goblets? Because I'm living just fine with wood cups. I don't know. The thing I used to always tell people about this game is if you are capable of reading my chat and typing in it, you are capable of playing Dwarf Fortress in ASCII. And I still kind of maintain that. It's just you have to be willing to sit down and learn it. And it turns out majority of society is not. But I think like if you're willing to, you know, put some time into something, you can absolutely do it. Are they starting to twitch yet? You know, if there wasn't ghosts and dead bodies in the river, I think that we'd be totally fine. The moods were really good when I started the fort today, and they'll be really good again soon. So no, things have been pretty fine. I did lose one dwarf who wanted uncut gems, which are literally impossible for me to make. And that dwarf is distressed for unrelated reasons. They're also, the ones that are upset are mostly upset due to the lack of bedrooms. Kind of not much to do with the no digging fort. I have done forts like this before, though. It's just been a while. I disagree, Ivan. Thanks for the 10-pack. That's very kind of you, Space Potatoes. Holy shit, mate. It's the first 10-pack of the stream. Cheers, dude. Actually, I think that might be the first 10-pack of the week. Because I think there was 2 5-packs from... Oh, no. Yeah, no, that's the first 10-pack of the week. Thank you. Appreciate you, mate. It's not that uncommon. It happens enough that it was the literal first mood I got, Woodwire. Now I just gotta link that up. No. Caesardes. Yeah, I've noticed. I haven't seen you in a while. I see you gifting subs in other chats. Like I'll randomly raid somebody and then see you on the leaderboard. So I know you're still around, which is always nice. But, you know, thanks for taking the time to swing by when you can. Hopefully it's been a good change in work, though. Yeah, it is the only like one use thing that you have no way of fixing. Although bird gizzards might count as uncut gems. Do I have any wooden crafts in the fort? Not really. Why? It's mostly shell crafts now because unfortunately I decided to make the dumb decision to start acquiring shells. There you go, Fraga. I mean, we've got lots of, like, wooden furniture and, like, shields and stuff and crossbows and things. I mean, most of the things in this fort are made out of wood. Okay, so now I can do this. Now we get to see if this works. So the way this works is this is just a, oh. I have to actually add a route to it. And when you're empty, but they're gonna wait a day, so they're gonna spin it. They go there. Although maybe it's best to not make them wait a day. Did I make them wait 2 days? You know. Then we just need to wait. And another dwarf comes by. And they push it up there. Yeah, actually, let's just see how this goes the next time around. Okay, so let's see how this works. So dwarf should push that minecart and this should all open. And dwarf should push the minecart and this should all close. See, it's open. And then if I jump up to here, when this gets pushed again, although actually, why'd you derail? That's weird. Did you fall asleep? Oh no, you canceled the job to conduct a meeting. Okay. Let's just do this one right away. So it's gonna go up to there. No, because the mayor canceled the job to conduct a meeting. This is a little bit more consistent. There we go. So this should open. This should close. This should open. And repeat. So now, I could wait until this is done. Or we could just test it. What do you think, chat? I think we test it. Wish us luckaroos. As you can see, it just fills up pretty quickly and water comes out. And then it opens again. Let's actually go up to here. That's set to 0 days. That's set to 0 days. Okay, it didn't really fling any water up. Or at least not that I saw. And then down. And then it immediately, yeah, okay, this ain't gonna work. Because it immediately, like, fills this up again. Like, I'd need to connect. Let's just jump up to here and forbid this. See how much it drains on its own. And also, I'm curious to see if this helps. Or if it just, like, fills back up again. Oh, hey, now it's actually hurting my frame rate. That's interesting. Yeah, and then it starts to overflow. Golly gee, that is grim. It does look cool. I wish it was working, though. Yeah, so I guess what I need to do is I just need to do what I feared I needed to do, which I don't want to do. All I can do is just push it all the way to the other end. So we'll just deconstruct these because I don't need them. Deconstruct this because I don't need it. Or at least parts of it. And then just build all the way across. This is just Timberborn, really. You know, it's kind of funny because, like, a lot of people ask me if I like Timberborn, and the response is always like, yeah, kinda, although I just would rather play Dwarf Fort. And I feel like this is just kind of like reinforcing my point. Like, if I want to play Timberborn, I'll just go play Timberdorf. You know? Like, I tend to agree. Can I build drawbridges up to the edge of the map? I don't know. I wonder. Because I know I can't build flooring up to the edge of the map. Can I build a drawbridge up to the edge of the... Oh, shut up, you. A vile dork of fartness has arrived. Got another vile force of darkness. I'm checking something. Okay, so I can build a drawbridge up to the edge. That's good. Protect the children! ×3! I guessed at the number there, but it seems I was right. Wait, hold up. Can I not do that? Explain game. Okay, so no, I can. It looks like. You know, honestly, if they could snatch that one really grumpy child, I would be very happy. That'd probably be good for us, actually. We've got Elfie Bean, the broker, who's charging up 3, becoming an accomplished axe dwarf. She is getting a little tired, though, and the goblins' armies are getting a little bigger now, which is actually kind of concerning. However, Contraman and Aiden Nod are definitely taking up the lead, and Seth Rogaine is, I don't know, going to go get bolts or something. The goblin armies are bigger than they were before, but still not huge. Although I'm going to need to make a knot. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty! Why? Why? All right, well, one of the dwarves was able to get out. That's 2 out. That's 3. Okay, phew. They all got out. That's... They managed to find the one little puddle. It's like they're magnetically attracted to it. Jesus. Christ, dwarves, you stress me out. They're just fucking with me in reality. And they all get... well, some of them get new armor. Look at that. Some of them get new shields, even. Time to create a dwarf swimming team? I mean, it's not time to do that. It's time to play Dwarf Fortress. But, you know. Let's deconstruct that, deconstruct this, and open that. The hard part about this is the fact that now I want to, like, make sure that all of this is at least somewhat color coordinated, and that's going to be, like, virtually impossible. At least not without, like, you know, cutting down all of the trees in the whole forest. Which is to say, challenge accepted, I guess. So that's 396. Need another 800 blocks. I think what I need to do is I just need to build a really long, single tile at a time, reservoir to about here, and then split it off at the end over the edges, and then build a drawbridge across the end. I think that might be the only way to actually do this in like a feasible amount of time. This is an exceptionally stupid project, chat. I hope you're entertained by it. And right now I'm really happy for the existence of that bug where wild birds just get stuck. Because because those wild birds being stuck right now is the only reason this fort is even like tolerable. If these guys were attacking me at the moment, this would be obnoxious. So, yeah. All of these dwarves are just being told repeatedly, you know, if you put all of these away, you will eventually get beds. Maybe. If I'm feeling charitable. And you know what? Just maybe I am. I'm also going to go up to here. I'm just going to make a... wood block stockpile? That's a first. Never had to do that before. So everybody who isn't constructing this right now is hauling items to this. You've never seen such a complex dam being built in DF before? Very rarely do I have reasons to build stuff like this in Dwarf Fort. Of a god. I see what you're doing there, Clockwork. The other thing I could do is I could build, like, this reservoir out to about here and then build a massive pump stack to pump the water up and, like, off this cliff. Was the other kind of thing that I've been thinking about, but there's a point where it's like, why don't I just, like, you know, keep trying the same thing and hope I get a better result with a bigger one. You know? This is all sand pear. Although the good news is I can actually quite effectively test this. So once this is all done, I could turn it on and see if this has any kind of positive effect and then turn it off and then turn it back on and then turn it off and then turn it back on, etc. There's Radis's corpse. The weird thing about this, though, is like the first time I built this thing, it actually kind of worked. And since then, it's stopped working. Like, it didn't overflow that first time. Like, it started overflowing since, but... the first time it did actually work. So much water? Yeah! And I'm trying to move it without digging. I'm trying to move it without digging. There is, of course, the other way that I'm, like, not even considering, which is I could just, like, route it over to here and just let it dry up. I could also route it to over here, basically, using drawbridges. But kind of my dumb idea is I'm going to have to kill these agitated storks, is I'm going to build as close to this wall as I can. And then 2 blocks before I get to the edge, build floors and walls all the way to the edge of the river. And then build a drawbridge. Basically, like, 2 drawbridges I would need to do. Basically, like, right here. And then when I turn on the water, because you can build drawbridges all the way up to the edge of the map. So when I turn on the water, the drawbridges will hold the water all the way to the edge of the map and let it flow off the edge. That is my entire theory right now. I mean, there will be some overflow, but that's fine. And then I could just make this into the front door of the fort, and anything that I don't want coming in, I'll just fucking drown it. Like, fight me. Drown. Feel the gurgle. You can have your bed when you finish your mega project. Is kind of the reality. It's not really even chores, it's just straight up mega project. It's all ash and stuff. Let's also get this constructed. I mean, this no digging challenge is becoming like one of the weirdest construction projects I've done in this game in a very long time. I could also garden right here. Like, this may become a farm. Regardless, chat, I hope you guys are finding this fort entertaining. I'm somewhere in the middle. On one hand, I think it's very entertaining. On the other hand, I'm kind of annoyed by it. But, like, I hope you guys are liking it. This is also, like, unnecessarily dangerous in almost every way. And if I can... No, this still won't make it much safer. I wonder if... No, I guess they wouldn't, right? I would need to... I was just wondering if trees are going to start growing on this. Like normal trees, not like underground trees, but I need to close the blinds in my bedroom or in my office. There you go. I think it also shows just like how tough... What? Oh, they just spotted them drowned. They disappeared before. Oh, was that... So, Argamenom, who I apparently butchered the name for when typing it, fell down the waterfall and drowned and found another body on the way down. So, good for you, Dwarf. Good for you. I want to do a test of this, so I'm actually going to get rid of all this and just let them build up to there. And I'm also going to expand up here. Because damn it, we need it. Turns out. So hopefully we can get some of these blocks hauled up. Had just enough time alive to report the body before drowning. I always like when, like, you start on a volcano fort, and then suddenly the game is like, you have discovered a mysterious wall studded with gems, and you're like, what happened? And then you found out that a cat fell into the volcano. That's always my favorite one. It's like, oh, well, What's up, Bobble Page? How you doing? As long as your dwarf doesn't drown, we good. Look at you being all biased. I mean, it's a fair bias, but still, look at you being all biased. It may destroy... Well, it'll only destroy your FPS if it blocks pathing. So where the water comes down, put statues. Or fortifications, so that the dwarves don't try to path through where the water is coming down. Like, just block off the routes with the water. Like, don't make dwarves walk through water. Because if water is more than 4 deep, they can't walk through it. And that'll hurt your frame rate. That'd be my big piece of advice. He's just gurgling. Also, chat, good news. We're $4 away from the daily minimum. We almost made it. We almost made it. Someone happy. Rovod the Dwarven Child it is, then. You've got lovely eyebrows. This dwarf is like 85% eyebrow. She almost never feels discouraged, and she does not trust others, and she's very slow to anger. It's a dwarven flotation device. These dwarves are slowly evolving. The eyebrows. She is slow to anger, and she is a pessimist. She is stubborn, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is very humble. She lives a fast-paced life, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she occasionally overindulges. She is troubled by this because she values self-control. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And she doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values self-control and artwork and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Her beard. But yes. Something along those lines, for sure. Oh, the other thing I need to do. That I should have done a while ago. I'm just gonna make actual corpse disposal. Because it's not even hard. Just going to make an actual body disposal area. Just going to put a drawbridge down here and just crush stuff. Scooter, what up? Also, Clockwork, I totally missed that, but thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. You know what? Fuck it. Don't delete that. I just want to test this and see if it works. See how well it works. Let's just see if this fucking thing... What the heck? Oh, the ghosts decided to murder somebody else. Damn it, Steve! Killed Solon. Are ranged dwarves functional now? Chat. Pop quiz for you. Are ranged dwarves functional now? No, we can't slab. That's literally the entire emphasis behind this entire project. It's the reason I'm doing all of this bizarro construction is because I can't slab anything. Exceptionally better than they were. There it goes. Just keep things forbidden. Yeah, once again, it's still doing that. Yeah, see? It still overpowers itself. So the actual smart way to do this would just be to build the dam like right here. That's the actual smart way to do this. I'm not doing this the smart way. Not at all. Can't I buy some rock for slabs? Sure. I'm gonna build this damn dam, mate. Rolf, thanks for gifting 6 months of subscription to Cooler. Holy shit. I was just minding my own business building my beautiful fortress on the cliffside, Cooler, and then you asked me the same question every other person has asked me today. You know what's funny is this was actually a highly requested thing to do again. Like, I've had people ask me when I was going to do this again because they enjoyed it. Now everybody's like, you fucking heretic! Fine. Yeah. Call me a heretic. So do I, Zavi. Fancy that. Yeah, no, that's and Cooler plays enough like adventure mode to know that dwarves live in that dwarves are apparently living in heresy. What is this, human fort? No, it's just hillocks. There's nothing more dwarfy than building a structure out of wood. But yeah, Zerdes, I will say the same thing I've said to just about everybody else who suggested smart things like that. How dare you correct my determined stupidity with your logic? How dare you? How dare you make sense? Elves will never chop down a tree, so this is the opposite of an elvish fort. It's more just like really dumb dwarves. And honestly, you know what? I'll take that. I'll accept the really dumb dwarven fort. But we ain't no elves. This ain't no elvish fort. The dwarfiest thing a dwarf could do is simply making a construction out of beautiful wood. That is all that we're doing. There ain't nothing more dwarfy than that. So many blocks. Looks like Pumbaa's finally moved in. I mean, I don't really have any... I've got many of them, including babies. I feel like opening this is dangerous, but eh. It's the dwarfiest thing that, like, you can't say that all forts die in hubris if you don't actually become a bit obsessed with your own hubris, you know? Like, that's like a gimmick of Dwarf Fortress, that forts always die because their hubris is, like, what ends them inevitably, right? So, like, if you don't actually succumb to hubris once in a while, are you even playing Dwarf Fort? Also, good username, Cobalt Space Program, A+. Only waterfall, no downfall. No dwarf fall, all waterfall. Also, if the dwarves come in here and start building right now, they will just die immediately. And this is all what? Ashen? Let's keep up with the ashen. Don't have that much. Get back to work, dwarves. Is the door still forbidden? Nope. No, I unforbid both of the doors. Oh, trust me, my hubris is higher than it's been in a minute in this particular fort. Like, I realize there's a lot of significantly easier ways I could be doing this, but I kind of just want to see if I can do it. You know? It's sort of like that time that I built a ball and then filled it up with demons. I'm going to make the most over-engineered dwarven water door of all time. And the dwarves that don't make it will just get the most over-engineered dwarven water bed of all time. Did that kid just go whoop? No, they didn't. Okay. I saw a child walk this way and then disappear, and I was like, that seems like a problem. What could go wrong? I mean, like, literally, what could go wrong? Did I just see a dwarf falling? Nope. Okay, so far so dwarf. And then this is all sand pear. Literally can't reach that far. I don't have any dwarves named Murphy, so how could he have any laws that matter here? Checkmate. At times I feel like Dwarf Fortress players lean too much into the whole hate the elves thing. 1000%, Pedicato. 1000%. It's actually the reason I don't fight with the elves all that often is because I personally find it's, like, kind of annoying. Maybe not annoying, but kind of exhausting, I guess. It's not, thankfully, it's not nearly as bad as the turn him into a hat nonsense from RimWorld, so I'll take the little things, you know? Goblins are just little shit stains? Yeah. Oh, people who play too much RimWorld have this weird obsession with cannibalism and making furniture out of human skin. It's more of a riverbed than a waterbed, but we're working on it. Severino. The Alfred alert sound is scary, just the ambush sound. It's scary because you don't know how many of them there are, though. Okay, how come there's only one dwarf brewing? I figured out why. I straight up just don't have enough plants. Get to it, dwarves. At least brewable plants. So that's going to take a while. But at least it will get done. Okay, so that's close. How many tiles can I go? What? I can build way closer to the edge of the wall than I thought I could. Hold up. Whatever happened to not being able to build up to the edge of the map? Mining equal digging? Is that only for walls? You can build floors at the edge of the map? Yo. Hold up. Let me check something. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I'd swear that used to be everything, but... Okay, I wonder if those... suckers there are going to be a problem then. Let's find out. Basthead, thanks for the raid. What were you playing today? No. No digging equal no using pickaxe for anything but deconstructing construction. That is the only thing I'm allowed to use pickaxes for. But this also means I can go from both directions, which is really nice. Although... this is going to take 10,000 years. Also going to use these extra mechanisms I've made to build some more cage traps. Actually, that's not wise at all, because I need 2 of those for something unrelated. Let's get that linked and pulled. And start cleaning this out. Except I'm going to go into you and say, Dwarf. Please don't put Dwarf Corpse in there. The no Digimon? You mean the new Digimon game? At least that's what I presume you mean. Literally every dwarf is busy. Oh, that's amazing. I think I'm going to limit my herbalists because I do have some really good ones. And one of them's a necromancer. Excellent. What could possibly go wrong? Oops, nope, that's not what I wanted. Only selected do this, but for these, so that the majority of the dwarves help with hauling, because that's really what I need them doing. Rough day. Hopefully it's going by smoothly. Past that. Or what is the goal and why it is messing up? The issue is the water. Normally what I would do for a dam like this is I would just burrow a hole into the wall to the edge of the map and pump the water off the edge of the map. But because I can't do that, basically what happens is all I can do is I can dump the water back in or push it forwards. If I push it forwards, it eventually flows back and kind of hits an equilibrium. If I pump it back into the water, same thing happens. It eventually makes an equilibrium and evens out. And because it's such a steep canyon, I basically could pump it off the edge there, but that's no fun. So what I'm going to try and do, basically, is I'm building all the way to the edge over here, and then going all the way across with constructions, and then letting hopefully these storks don't attack me, they might, and then building this, like, aqueduct, I guess, over to the edge here, so that I can literally pump a large portion, if not the majority of the water, off the map. That's what I'm trying to do. And because the easiest place to access that is right here, you know, bodies that fall in here will most likely get sucked all the way to the edge here, and then I'll be able to just go down there and collect them. But only if I can get rid of the water. And now at this point, it's mostly just I wonder if I can actually do this sort of thing. That's all it really is it's just becoming I wonder if this is even possible. Can I refill my water? Yeah. I don't know what you mean by can you refill. I have no idea what I forgot. Did my mods not shout you out, Bastet? I did ask my mods to shout you out. But then I don't know. What did I forget? Sounds lovely. A Kenton. Plants vs. Zombies. Simpler time. Does EA Games still own Plants vs. Zombies? I guess Saudi Arabia now owns Plants vs. Zombies. Nothing is sacred. But yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about then, Bastet. Absolutely zero clue. Well, I suggest that you don't give your brain that raise then. Your brain is leaning when it should be thinking. I also have not given my brain a raise several times, and so now it's threatening to move out because I recently raised its rent. And I'm not totally sure what I'm gonna do when the brain leaves, but I guess that's when you move into the old folks' home, yeah? Or get stuck in a place for the clinically insane. For the clinically lack of brain. I'm just gonna make some more breweries. Stills. You're all done, you're all done. Lock this. Let's start getting rid of stuff. Because turns out there's too many bodies around here. I thought they sent the clinically insane here. No, this is the Pungeon. This is the place that you get sent if you tell them too many dad jokes. As far as I know, it's got nothing to do with the clinically insane. So while they're building all of that, I'm also trying to get rid of the bodies now, finally. After, oh, so many years. We're making pear cider? Ooh. Fancy. I'm gonna pair that cider with some... Uh-oh. Chat, I've got bad news and good news. The bad news is we're getting attacked by the wild animals again. The good news, it's just some ducks. I think we'll be okay. Let's see what we actually have available for them. Sweet. Freudian psychologist, does it take to screw in a light bulb? Just two, one to screw it in, the other one to hold the... Also, hey, Kurukawa. I'm just going to call you that because I don't know how to say the first part of that. I'm not enough of a weeb. Become reaction streamer? Easy? Oh, true. Okay, no, I guess you're right. When I up the rent for my brain just enough and my brain moves out, I just become a kind of a culty, right-wingy reaction streamery. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Because this machine is built by morons. Mostly for morons. Also, this dwarf needs to be booted out of the military because you don't know what a crossbow is anymore. What? Dwarf, where are you going? Ahem. There's an angry murder stork there. And I need you to shoot it with your bolts. Please. You're going to sleep now. Night, everyone. We'll see you later. Snooze good. Now would be a really bad time for a were creature. I'm not asking for a were creature, I'm just saying. So that's too close to the edge. That isn't. This is all apple wood. And an elven caravan has arrived to trade once again. And I'm doing some bullshit, probably. And also trying to get rid of these goblin bodies. Oh, it'd be a great time for a wen creature. It's just no were creatures are their creatures. Also, we're at 99 likes. Sorry, 98 likes. I misread that. Hey, YouTube folks, we're almost there. You can do it. I have some faith in you. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, Canadian Thanksgiving is coming up. I'm kind of hoping, fingers crossed, that I can have the next video project out by Thanksgiving, Canadian Thanksgiving. That is my current target for the project. The next project that I'm doing, if you want to see a preview for it, you just have to subscribe to my blog at any tier. But I do have an unlisted hidden video, which has an early render of that project, but I'm doing a full read-through of Boat Murdered. I got a long way to go. But it is eventually going to be a complete read-through of all of Boat Murdered. In one video. A jolly dwarf, there's no such thing. Well, I can try. How about this dwarf? Fool Joss. You know what's ironic about this dwarf? Oh, sorry, you're not anymore. You were actually focused when I had you open initially, I think, unless I missed. Oh. We're getting attacked by an angry burb. I guess it was destined to happen eventually. That's 2 dead. This dwarf's in a martial trance. What else is on the map? 3 ghosts? Is that all? Pfft. Good job there, Torsten. How's your swimming skills? Novice. You're not actually drowning. Well, I suppose that could have gone better. This one's seriously injured. And this one is sitting over here and hopefully scared. But we did lose another dwarf. Well, I'm going to leave these dwarves on duty now, I suppose. And they're shooting bolts at something. I think they just killed that, actually. Oh, nope, they're shooting at something above that. It may just be that, but it's pretty far away now. Hold on, I will get back to that dwarf in a sec. Things got a little wacky for a moment there. Okay, let's try this again. Fool Joss is interested only in facts about the real world and has an overinflated sense of worth. He can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. He doesn't focus on material goods. He often is nervous and tends to be passive in discussions. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he has an active sense of humor. He tends to think before acting, and he can handle stress. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he is trusting. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he has a sense of duty. I feel like this dwarf should be in the military. Yeah, wow, you've got no... You never see that. This is a dwarf that is perfectly aligned with the faction. Entirely baseline. He likes native silver, nickel, and tavasorite, as well as candlenut, wood, and great narwhal tooth. The color tan figurines and KVs for their adorable column when possible prefers to consume 2 grain wheat beer and maize flour and absolutely hates mussels. I'm actually going to straight up just give you a squad. Get up there, dwarf. Make us proudish. This is all almond in the center. Almond for notmond. I can't actually do all the way across. I'll do what I can, though. And then this over here is hazel. Those are also hazel walls, but eh. Sand pear. Sand pear. The foolish. I can name you the foot or the fools. Let's say... How about just the brave fool? I guess that's quite literally the definition of a Dwarf Fortress centrist then, hey? It depends on your frame rate, though. So, in YouTube chat, they just say, fun reminder. Uh-oh, bunch of doors have been found dead. Cricket was killed in that fight, it appears. Same with Zon, Cuddle. Rest in peace, dwarves. YouTube chat says, fun reminder, 12 seconds is 1 day for a dwarf, and 1 minute is 5 days. Yeah, you need to check what the frame rate defaults are, and it depends on what your frame rate is. It entirely depends on your frame rate. Boy, oh boy. I'm trying to think the last time I had a fortress with this high of a death count. It has been a while, for sure. It has absolutely been a while. I think this is my hope for today. I just want to get this construction done. Chat, what are you guys up to this weekend? I'm going to a small show on Saturday, but like I said earlier, all I'm going to be doing is editing. Really. It's like kind of a time off. What's that? kind of feeling. Also mildly amazed that Necromancer hasn't caused me any grief yet. RuneScape, hell yeah. Going on a troll spotting adventure? I mean, you're gonna go stare at 4chan for a day? Why would you do that to yourself? I'm trying to think what troll spotting could mean. So these are all the dwarves running. just an agitated, mutilated duck corpse. The anger duck. See, but what? Oh, there's a few art installation and giant trolls made of recycled wood. Oh, neat. In the early spring, I think it's May. This city has a fairy door festival where people build little fairy doors, and then you can like put your fairy doors on a like directory where people could come see them. It's basically people build tiny little entrances to their houses or tiny little fake doors for their houses. It's kind of fun just like going around and like spotting all of them. They're neat. Famous troll making artist? That is such a sentence. I need to go to the, it's where my older sister lives, but over here on the island, there's a sandcastle making festival where people build like giant constructions out of sandcastles. Playing tabletop war games and going to a Ren fair? Sounds like fun. So you're going to a Ren fair and going to a Ren fair. Got it. You're just an evil king in the Ren fair. I'm really worried this isn't going to work. But as long as it's pumping like more water out than it's pulling in, it should be fine. It should be fine. Another thing I should be able to do is I should be able to like move the power up to the top and then completely isolate it. You might go to a Ren fair if you can Scrooge together the spoons. I'm just imagining Scrooge McDuck diving into a vat of spoons. So thanks for that mental image. What show? It's a bunch of indie bands. I'll post some photos of it on Discord after it happens, but it's a small enough show and a small enough venue that, I don't know, I don't want people showing up. But a bunch of indie bands. Oh, I know what you mean, Fem. I know what you mean. Well aware of what you mean. Is that what the dragon hordes are for? What, the spoons? I mean, the spoons get the shinies give the dragons their energy, right? Otherwise, how else would they make all those baby donkeys? Although, if you need more spoons, I do recommend watching Burback's video. The Burback's video. I guess it's like because their last name's both Burback, right? Anyway, those two, the Burback twins, and the video that they made about every single Shrek video game based on the Shrek movies. I recommend. Very good. Very fun, very silly video. Went to a Ren fair a few weeks ago. You know, I've never actually been to a Ren fair. Been to some Reenactment Society stuff and kind of didn't like it, but never been to a Ren fair. It strikes me as an excuse to drink a lot of alcohol and not much else. Which, I mean, hey, nothing wrong with that, but... Chat, we're getting assaulted by angry capybaras. Look at them. They shall assault us with their hard rumps. They'll headbutt us to death. They angy. They very angy. Don't you worry. I realize that we could kill them with a single swack from a pickaxe, but... But they are successfully blocking all of this construction, so do with that information what you will. How do you mine for capybara? I don't know, chat, where do capybaras live? Go to their native habitat and run around. That's how. Or go on to YouTube and then request that the glorious YouTube algorithm and its nonsensical bullshit give you videos of capybara. Basically, they literally are giant rodents. How can you basically be something that you are? Like they are just giant rodents. That is one of the most, like, definitely sounds like a video. Whoa, look at all of these salmon. Sorry, that just goats riding on capybaras sounds like something from, like, albino black sheep. Like, peak flash video. What's this? Ugh. Stoneworker Guild. All these guilds that you know what? Okay. Just all of you join the military. I don't care if you wanna. You're gonna? Because I don't need no Stoneworkers Guild. We literally can't have a Stoneworkers Guild. I saw a guinea pig riding a cat once. I'm pretty sure that guinea pig won. I also saw a chinchilla chasing a cat once. Oh, there's a lot of them. In fact, there's 10 of them now. Well, okay, not quite 10, but there's more of them. Trading stone with the elves, how far we have fallen. Oh my god, there's 2 guild halls and a fucking temple. Almost all of these bad moods are just because I'm refusing to build these temples because I don't even have fucking bedrooms. I'm just gonna accept them and forget about them. It's very rare that I do that, but... desperate times equal desperate measures, and desperate measures equal stupidity. So let's go. Are you trying to do like a bit on the chicken jockey? I maintain that the greatest thing that Roombas have given to the world is just all of those videos on the internet of just like Roombas evenly distributing cat feces equally over the span of the entire space that they're in, or dog crap. It's the greatest gift from Roombas. Man, that hasn't even gotten 2 down yet. Let's get this pulled. Let's get rid of a whole bunch of bodies. And thunk. Oh, there's just like a ghost. Oh, that's fun. Imagine being that kid and just being like, there's a literal ghost on top of me. Nah, ghosts aren't real. No, there's actually a ghost on top of me. Okay, so this is all sand pear. But what I can do is I can do this. Up to there. Then go here. Up to here. We're almost there, folks. Almost there. After all of this time. Save for a few agitated ducks. One of the dumbest projects I've ever built is almost there. And it has some semblance of color coordination. And may also make for a pretty cool front door. Like, if this is the front door at some point in this fortress is an overwhelming success. Imagine having to, like, walk along a riverbed, watching just, like, all of the water getting sucked up right there, and then having to walk up a ramp over this. Man, you really took Cat of Nine Tails really seriously, didn't you? 9 cats? One cat couldn't get in the box, and so for about 6 months, every night there was a fresh smear across the kitchen floor, and then they moved the litter box. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's something. I think somebody has set up an auto clicker on the YouTube React bot. This might be the most YouTube reactions I've ever seen in a single stream. All right, let's go up to here. And you up to there. You down to there. We're almost there, chat. It's just you? Ah. On YouTube, there's a stat, which is interactions, which is like likes, chat, comments, things stated in chat, and that sort of stuff. Okay, so there's one agitated capybara up there, and then there's a duck where? There's a duck up here. That's very inconvenient. And every now and again, it'll just like skyrocket and completely wreck the rest of the stats. So it's like, it's not chat activity like Twitch chat. It's like interaction activity. And usually it's just like one person hits the smiley button a whole bunch for like a minute. And just completely like wrecks the rest of the stats. Like, it's fine. It's just funny because like you can very clearly see where it is. Then I have to filter them out to actually get like chat activity stats. And drops the pins and needles without cleaning them up. Ugh. I stepped on a pin once. And I think I wore Crocs in the house for the next 10 years while growing up. Except for the periods of time when I owned slippers, which wasn't many. So I've never really been much of a slippers person. Alder it is. Holy shit, we're getting there. A toothpick? Ah. That can't be that bad, Proxy. Phineas, what up, dude? I mean, it's funny. I can always tell when Cooler has a sub to my channel because my most used emote outside of... Actually, chat, I have a question. What do you think my most used emote outside of this channel is? Because that's a stat that Twitch gives me. Which is, what emote that is a subscriber emote of mine do you think is used the most not in my channel? I mean, in my channel, it's beers, obviously. But, like, outside of my channel, what do you think it is? So Phineas and Clockwork Dragon are right. It usually flips back and forth between Undulates and Wambler are the most used outside of the chat. But if Cooler has a subscription, 100% of the time, the most used emote outside of the channel is Crypt Derplin. Like, 100% of the time. Whenever Cooler has a sub to this channel, it's that emote. Which, honestly, I think is hysterical. You dwarves can go back to training. It's a child throwing another tantrum. It's just an agitated duck and a capybara. YouTube doesn't give me those stats, though, says Erdes. But for those of you on YouTube who can't see, this is Twitch chat. It usually flip-flops back and forth between this one, and actually, now that I think about it, this one's been the most used emote outside of my channel. But whenever Cooler... Whenever Cooler has my sub, it's literally just this. Cooler's the guy who did the emotes, or most of the emotes, artwork. Plus a lot of the other art you see around the channel. Not all of it, but a lot of it. It's Moss, actually. Should turn your monitor brightness down. Flashbangs wouldn't hurt so much. Oh, that sucks, actually. Dead center of foot and it close around. Yeah, I guess if your heel kind of, like, points it upwards, that could be like stepping on a pencil. I mostly just stepped on rakes. Figuratively and literally. Shoutouts to this dwarf who left their pants there. Thanks, Moreb. I mean, one of the few good features that Windows has added in the last few years is basically just adding flux. Man, moods are terrible now. Who are you giving water to? Oh no, what do you need? Diagnosis required. Do I not have a diagnoser? Oh, right. My diagnoser's in the military, so couldn't do the task. Why do I have a baby alpaca? Who the heck let an alpaca in my fort? There's also a raven corpse in my water. Lovely. Thoughts on the new Siege update? It's not out yet. Watch my new video and it'll tell you. Basically, like, it kind of comes down to wait and see, because they can talk all they want, and getting super excited for things is a little silly. I'm looking forward to the changes and curious to see how they play in the game, but there isn't too much else to say until we see what they actually are in reality and in playability. So... Your screen flashes and then goes into night mode? Oh, that sucks. Well, I mean, you could also just, like, install Linux and then use better software. Or just still use Flux. I think I used Flux right up until I uninstalled Windows. Greetings, Orange. Happy hour treating. Happy hour at the bar that I go to starts in 1 hour. So, may go there, actually. May go there. Although probably not in an hour. Near the drop on the bridge because he's tired. More than half of the dwarves don't have... It's not a flame dancing girl. It's supposed to be a fire forgotten beast. But most of the dwarves in this fort don't have beds. Vast majority of them don't. It's actually the reason the dwarves are so, like, annoyed and upset in this fort. Oh my god, we've broken containment, chat. The two halves have connected. I could probably actually just get rid of the rest of these. We've made it through. Black and wood, mate. We've got thousands of wood blocks. It's more just time. Why no beds? I'm a very singular focus kind of person sometimes, and I'm tired and it's been a long week. And I'm very singularly focused on fucking getting this done and focusing all of the dwarves on this. I mean, we've got like dormitories and stuff, but we don't have specifically assigned bedrooms. Oh, get fucked. I may need to just, like, tell them to wait for a second. Because we are in the early summer. Oh, that's a tiny siege, actually. I'm wondering if I can figure out a way to, you know, drown them. I don't know that much more to build. I really don't. Like, really. We really, really, really don't. What? Why is there a dead dwarf there? Hold up. How old are you? Where's your bedroom? Landrum, I'm gonna wait until you go to bed. That's what I'm gonna do. When you go to bed, I'm going to lock that door. Actually, I'm gonna give you a burrow. And that burrow is going to be your bedroom. This dwarf is causing me some major grief. It's very rare that I have just like a serial killer child, but I mean, both of his parents were murdered here, so. Holy shit, he's a master observer? Most of his teeth are gone, and he's killed 3 of my dwarves. And this one he killed by punching them in the head, and their head exploded. Hey, you know, just like for reference, trolls are like 3 times the size of a dwarf, right? I think we all need to remember that when that siege update does come out, trolls are still gonna mine slower than dwarves. Even with the giant mega hammer size weapons. So in that reality, just think about how strong a dwarf must be. I'm just saying. What are we under attack by? Please tell me it's the duck. Motherfucker, it's the goddamn duck. Let's just stab this duck to death, please. Please go kill the duck. More about how skilled they naturally are. Well, I mean, I've seen a dwarf punch somebody so hard that, like, their back snaps. Like, I've seen dwarves punch somebody so hard that, like, they, like, do, like, the Superman hole through the chest. So, I don't know, man. I think dwarves is just thick. And also kind of strong. That's all we gotta do. In fact, I could probably turn her on now. We're getting there. We are getting there. This is genuinely one of the most ridiculous things I've ever built. Something like that, Ekios. Stuck is literally just like flying right up here. Where the heck did the duck go? Dodging bolts is where it go. Just want to scare it away from the edge there. This is the closest we've ever been to finishing this, which is a non-sentence, but we're so close. You know, at the rate that I'm going, I'm going to realize pretty quick that, oh, I actually need to make this way bigger. You wish you knew that as a kid? Oh, really? I knew that. Although I want to say that I learned that. There you are, Landrum. Now that Landrum's in there, I'm just going to lock the door and wait for you to starve to death, because I realize that this is grim, but you've killed 3 of my dwarves, your parents are dead, I can't expel you. And I really need this to cease being a problem. So I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry to this dwarf. I realize he just wants to have fun, and be merry, and feel enjoyment, and play make-believe. But this child needs to go. It's too much of a disturbance in the fort. Murder, murder? No, it's just willful forgetfulness. It's not murder. It's just willful forgetfulness. But yeah, I did actually know that you could connect the... You could connect a controller in the NES to Duck Hunt and Control Player 2. In the movies, this is how you get the hauntings. Oh, we might get that too. Although, actually, no, that body will just get memorialized like right away, probably. So we probably won't get that, actually. As much as we probably should. How you doing today, George? Hope you're doing well, mate. I just need these bloody doors to finish this bloody job. Once these doors are finished this goddamn job, then we're golden. We're all the way there. At that point, we've made it. And since that's basically the only thing they have left to do, I might as well go up here and build some bedrooms. I can start prepping for the dwarves' celebration. The great celebration of we have bedrooms now. That they've most certainly been waiting for a very long time. It also helps that, like, you know, I've been saving up. Oops, why am I doing this inverted? Also helps that I've been saving all of these materials for so long so that we can just, you know, quickly throw together some sleeping spaces. Can also go up to here, go across to there. Oopsies, kind of screwed that up. Let's get rid of this. Yay, we lucked out and didn't have to deconstruct and reconstruct that wall. Because you can't exile them if they don't have parents. You can only exile people who are kids in Dwarf Fortress if their parents are in the fortress. If their parents are not in the fortress, you cannot exile them, which I presume is intended. And so the result is, why not exile them? Because I literally can't. I would if I could, but I literally can't. And we'll just swap over to Apple. Although these two could just be Windows. And then up here, just need that. What do I have 140 something of? Willow. We'll do Willow. Oops, that last one screwed up, but I can fix that. All right, and then I can just go into here once all these are done and put all the floors in. They add value, and everything that adds value makes Dwarf happier, so yes, they affect happiness. Because they're more valuable than just like a normal wall, although your mileage may vary as to like how valuable like an engraved wall would be versus a window, but... So go up here and make beds. How long is this gonna take? We're still getting there. Slowly. Can also go down in here. Throw some more cabinets in. All these places that have socks and shoes in them. These are all dwarves with multiple pairs of clothing. Can also put more doors over here once I make them. But yeah, this is the next area that we got to do. Plus then down there, we'll continue building this multicolored little dwarven shantytown. I actually really like the way these housings are looking. This fort's gonna look bizarro in stone sense at some point, but it's gonna kind of be like the mansion from What Remains of Edith Finch, just like piles of rooms, just tacked on everywhere. That might be one of my favorite video game, or like, whoa, wait, what? Oh, apparently we are now quite knowledgeable giant wild boar trainers. Well, that's good to know. One of my favorite like aesthetics in fiction is like the house in What Remains of Edith Finch. So this fortress, George, I am not digging. That's the rule. I am not digging. Now, because I am not digging, I have no access to stone. And I got it into my head that I wanted to dam this river, and all of the ways I would normally do this require getting water to the edge of the map. Now, the only way that I could get water to the edge of the map is by literally building this gigantic, like, reservoir slash aqueduct all the way to the edge of the map, and then literally building an area for the water to flow off the edge of the map away. It doesn't really make much sense because in reality it would, like, fall straight down, right, and then land right here and then flow back into the river, but we're not going to worry about that. And that's what I'm doing. I'm building a big ol' aqueduct to make water go away. I'm trying to make the water go away is what I'm trying to do, because I've got a bunch of dead bodies that are down in this river because I may or may not have accidentally put them there. And in order to get them out, I need to drain the water. So I'm playing Timberborn. Timberborn is what I'm doing, but in Dwarf Fort, because why would I play anything but Dwarf Fort? I already have Dwarf Fort. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing that Tarn and Zach always say, and then people always say it's the most realistic simulation. It's like, no, it's the most believable simulation. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah. Bridge pull. Sure. Sure. And then maybe I'll use the river as my front door in the future. But once they finish building all those floor pieces right there, I should be able to drain all of the ocean. But we'll see. Oh yeah, also we're training giant wild piggies. Look at these big gigantic bacons. They're friendly, I swear. Holy fucking shell crowns. Well, next trading, we're just going to sell shell crowns, I think. And shell helms. The rule is no digging. Landscaping required digging. The only thing I'm allowed to use picks for is deconstructing. Shell mitts, yeah. You know, I never really thought about it that way, but yeah, I guess it is kind of Mario-ish. I always kind of imagined it as like a bunch of tiny little, like, muscle shells glued together to make a helmet, but... Strike the earth or don't... Yeah, hey, I mean, this looks very dwarfy. If this don't look dwarfy, then I don't know what to do. This whole thing very dwarfy. Like, maybe it's not your ideal dwarfy, but, like, you know, some dwarves may not like it, but this absolutely is what peak performance looks like. You know? Some dwarves may not respect it, but you can't really get better than this. Show stone sense once it's done. Hello, Devilish. Stream has been alright. I kind of have a headache. It's like one of those weird, like, behind the eyes headache. But I'm doing alright. Stream has been pretty good. Here's the thing. I'm not doing it to piss off the elves. In fact, I'm actually allied with the elves. So... I'm not doing it specific. I mean, if that happens, then it happens. But I'm not specifically doing that. Did I not queue up doors? I did. Oh. Guess what, chat? Your boy's out of wood. Well, time to go get more. Hey, goblins. You stay there. Okay, fine. Actually, you know what? I won't tempt fate. But I'm like, why am I not making more beds? More doors? We're out of wood. That's just funny. There's so much blood in that hallway. This is correct. Shadow Absorber. Cutting down lots of trees. Damn right. You had a good negotiator as a duke, and he made he made elves peaceful without without hassle with trees. Just no. Wait, really? Like negotiator makes them give you better numbers? I thought it was entirely tied to other things, but yeah, a couple. You know, on it, actually, I don't have a single woodcutter. Oh no, I have two. I do have two. Which one would you like? I was gonna say all I could see was woodworkers, but I do have two woodcutters. Wait. Unless you'd like just a woodworker. Here, I'll even give you an axe. Devilish potato. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Almost never feels discouraged. Can be very happy and optimistic, though she remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she is often nervous. She tends to hang on to grievances, and there's ghosts fucking everywhere. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She has an active sense of humor, and she's quite polite. She has a greedy streak, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She prefers to present herself modestly. She has a narrow focus on the current activity. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't really care about much anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally holds well-laid plans and shrewd depictions at the highest regard. And shrewd deceptions at the highest regard, and sees merrymaking as a waste, meaning you would cave to like a baddie trying to convince you to join them instantly. What is going on over here? Vengeful while in a existing conflict. Okay, but with what? An agitated duck. Good for you. Like, I'd get it if it was a goose, but... Chat, we're almost done. Oh my god. So what do you think, chat? Place your bets. Is it gonna work? Nope. Yep. I'm just saying yes or no. I'm not gonna do a prediction. I'm just curious. This is more of a making chat look up thing. Because we're about to test this. Well, we got 5 more blocks that need to be put away. And then we're gonna test it. Define work. Drain the river enough that I can get the bodies out of it. That's work. Or the definition of work, in this case. I think it'll work. Someone in chat said stone sense it. It's giving me errors. Don't know why. Too lazy to figure out how to fix. More like full stream ahead. Not Steam. Yeah, I don't know why it does that sometimes, Cesardes. Where's this Ducker Z? Gosh. I already did. When I was saying, hey, chat, like, do you think it's gonna work? I was saving the game. I don't need to save again. You had anxiety? I mean, it's not like I'm gonna reload the save. I mean, how many times... I accidentally made a dwarven wave pool and drowned like a dozen dwarves and didn't reload a save, so it's all fine. You're real groggy? Yeah. I have a headache, so it makes 2 of us. It's okay, we can be groggy pals. Two more blocks. Two more. Now we just wait for this. I actually went to bed really early last night. Like weird, like 10:30 or something. Like maybe 2 hours before I normally go to bed. Which is very off character for me, but I tend to go to bed like between 11 and 1. But I made it to bed earlier. Yeah, I slept for like at least 9.5 hours. This is it. Burr gets the honors. Doesn't even look like that dwarf is moving. Placing the last brick. And now, the moment of Dwarf. Yeah, it makes sense. In regards to staying up late because you're trying to beat a boss. I'm also going to lock the dwarves inside a bit. So if you like water, chat, please post water. If you don't like water, please also post water. Huzzah. So the water goes all the way up here and flows off the map. She's a beaut. It appears to be working. And for those of you wondering about the frame rate, it did knock 10 frames per second off of my game. And I can tell that it's working because this is not letting this fill up, which is a good sign. Which means I could actually farm in here really effectively. And then here is the river. So if this drains, it's working flawlessly. Which also means I should be able to build down and into here in a minute. As long as it can hit an equilibrium. Also, I kind of want to know what this looks like too, so for those of you who like ASCII, this ain't even generating as much power as it could be generating. Oh no, the Dwarven child has been missing for a week. I wonder what could have happened. Anyways. I'm a bad person, Chad. Now we can just get him buried, hopefully. Seth's gonna do that. So that is still draining, and it does appear to keep up. This isn't filling. And this appears to be losing. There's some right there. So this right here. I'm going to try and build flooring down to here. Although actually it needs to be a material that they can even access, so let's just rebuild this. Because I should be able to let the goblins attack me through here. Oh, absolutely, I could teach them how to swim with this. Absolutely. If you go to my YouTube channel and you look up the Moses machine, that's maybe the silliest thing I've ever done with water. Perfect. So now I should be able to unforbid all of these. The only problem is there are still some skeletons over here that I haven't been able to pull. But maybe we'll get there. That's how many bodies are currently down and in there. Look at that. This stupid, stupid project is finally paying off. Oh. Oh yeah, Steve is definitely one of them. In fact, Steve's the first one. Look at that. That's what we need. All of this. Those ghosts are finally being fucking dealt with. Hallelujah. Also, my well's gonna suddenly be dry. But you know, maybe it's for the best. What is happening? Where? Oh. Oh. Hey, Ghost. You want to vanish, please? You're making my fort wet. No, like, seriously, you're making my fort really wet. I was like, where the fuck is that water coming from? And meanwhile, these fisher dwarves are just like, la-di fucking da. No! My thoughts exactly. Devilish. This ghost is a fucking troll. I'm not entirely sure what I can do. Like, literally, if this ghost vanishes, which it will probably eventually, that door will close. All right, well, let's go back down into here and forbid all of this nonsense again. And hopefully the dwarves move quickly out of the puddle. And then I'ma jump up to here and turn the fucking thing off. Because that'll probably just drain all of this, like, immediately, right? The frame rate has gone down to 20, by the way. And then I can... Oh, yay! Never mind. I don't even need to turn it off. The fucking ghost decided to quit being a twit. Nah. Look at you. Dumb ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Alright, I'm actually just gonna put a wall piece right here, because putting a wall piece right there will actually, like, solve most of the problems. And then they go back to pumping. And then I should be able to just unforbid all of this. Got a lot of capybaras in these cages. Where is you linked up to? Pull that lever, please. I was gonna say, unless I'm gravely mistaken, which I very well may be, I don't actually think the goblins can attack me, although they may just climb over those trees. What I want them to do is I want them to take the lower level down in. Huh? Oh. I guess another one of my dwarves died in that. This dwarf is coming down here to get a new set of clothing. I respect it, but I can't say I think it's wise. Also, they're all learning to swim right now, as far as I know. What the fuck is happening? Oh, they're all just being put to rest. How many tomb jobs are there at the moment? Good number. There goes Arga. Cappy BBQ time? Possibly. So what I can do now is I could actually build a wall across here. So I can make it harder to get into the fort this way. Dwarf is fighting with a duck. Well, there's this goblin siege over here, which is a huge threat to me, and I'm terrified. Devilish Potato is stuck outside, though, so we should let the dwarves inside. And then just get those goddamn goblins to attack me. What? What? They're not the highest priority, but they're similar to most other hauling jobs, Burr. I don't actually know what the number is. There's a dwarf down here dueling to the death against a drake. Agitated capybara. Oy vey. I need a cage somewhere. This fort is a fucking mess. Think about how cool this fort is going to be once things aren't just an absolute goddamn clusterfuck. We'll get there. I don't know. Should it be sheep herder? But I think it's time for these goblins to try and enter the fortress. And I mean try. I first need to take down those 2 trees right there. And then what I'm going to do is ask myself, why is there a dwarf in a cage? Rovod, why are you in a cage? Seriously. Who put you in a cage? I'm slightly concerned. I'm going to extend this out to here. I'm going to hack down these trees. Then I'm going to turn on the burrow. And by turning on the burrow, I'm going to presume that all these dwarves are smart enough to just go hide underground. And if they're not, well then boo-hoo. Although, honestly, I really just need them to chop down these trees. Dwarf, you have one job. I may have given them a pickaxe instead. I think I did. Anyway, go chop down those trees, please. Okay, all the dwarves are going to come out here and grab all those logs. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. And I'm seeing something fighting with them. I don't know what it was, but something is fighting with them. Just going to remove these. Oh, the goblins are invading. Well, that's horrendous timing. Thankfully, the dwarves have bolts and are doing their best to shoot at the goblins. The goblins have decided to deny me the right to parley, because I presume that that means that we waited too long. I mean, it checks out. It's been a whole season. As for the manager who's outside, well, you were a real one, dwarf. Rest in pieces. My Mark's dwarves are doing their best to fire, and QN Green Tea has jumped down and in, and is now dodging around the sides. How big is the siege anyway? Oh, tiny. Honestly, we should be fine. Let's just open the gates up. These goblins are collapsing as quickly as they rose. And we can just take them apart. And the next time they fight us, hopefully, we will be slightly more prepared. And we can send them into the river. Remember, there is a necromancer in this fort. I am gambling with the whole fort's existence right now. And that breaks the siege. Did that... Oh, hold up. Okay, I thought that was the dwarf that was... Actually, it might have been the dwarf. I thought that was the dwarf that was at war with that duckling. I was going to say that's really funny. If that, like, dwarf was fighting with that agitated duckling for so long and then finally died to it. And something is scaring my animals away once more. Don't know what, but something is. Oddly enough, suddenly the frame rate's kind of bad. I think that goblin probably left, eh? Nope. He did. So that right there is one that I haven't been able to get to. Which is a little bit annoying. So you'd think there'd be enough current to pull it over. Maybe we'll get it eventually. Maybe we'll get it eventually. But chat, I think that this has been an exceptionally productive stream. I mean, extremely silly, but productive. I mean, look at this river we've managed to clear. Look at all these random corpses we've managed to gather and put to rest. I mean, if I go up here and just type in tomb, we've got 2 more getting put to rest. So many corpses being put to rest. It's a much better place for everybody. I don't know if I'm going to go. We'll figure it out. In regards to me at happy hour, but aside from the scourge of agitated ravens, which turns out my dwarves are pretty good at dealing with generally, things here are pretty calm for the most part. I do still have some bodies I haven't gotten to. Green tea has been missing for a week. I have no fucking idea what happened to that dwarf. I have a splitting headache. And as fun as today was, I do have to say, chat, that I'm not playing as competently as I feel that I should be. Because I do have a pretty raunchy headache at the moment. So, that's my way of saying, I think it's time to call it for this Friday. Almost 8 hours of stream in total. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Tiny bit of housekeeping before I go. Next week will be a full stream week. I will be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Finally back to normal. Hallelujah. I will be doing as much editing as I can this weekend. I'm trying to get that next big video out before Canadian Thanksgiving, so probably won't do much work on it today. Just a little bit of plucky bit of editing probably, but you'll hopefully see something in a week or a bit. It'll be a full read through of Boat Murdered. It's going to be like 3 hours long at least, maybe longer. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you do want to raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch chat, and then we will raid somebody. Otherwise, take care of yourselves, and see you in the VODs, or on Tuesday when the stream returns and we unfuck this mess.